Start the stream. Begin the stream. Begin it. Starting stream, Captain. Launch the link. Launching link, Captain. Offering is done yesterday at 4:53. Really? Really? On December 6th, entered into negotiation with stocks to do 50 million shares. By January 15th, all the shares were sold. So they've just been dumping us for no reason? No, that's just kidding. All the shares were sold, generating gross proceeds of $183.8 million. All right. So they were done on the 15th. So there was your catalyst on the bottom. But how are we supposed to know? We didn't know, I guess, till like days later. I don't know. I wonder why it went all of a sudden back to the upside. It's ridiculous. Well, at this rate, who knows, man? With the offering complete, maybe there's a bigger catalyst here. I don't know what that forward agreement states, so I would have to look at the SEC thing. But I think the 50 million was the agreement, so. What you doing? So I don't think anybody traded it with me because it would have been a stupid last minute trade again. But I did a like really last minute trade. I did a quick scalp on IWM. And I bought in at 224. And I sold first thing this morning, and it was a 30% move. So that's not terrible, but honestly, like I kind of got spooked by this one because we'll keep going on AMC. I'm trying to load up and I'm trying to find that document and get it loaded on my computer so I can read it. There's weird things going on here. Yeah, we'll get to this in a second. But yeah, I scalped it last night because I was thinking that when it broke above, I was like, I think it's going to just go. I think it's going to like melt up if it breaks over 225. Now, it still might happen, but like, this was like a 30% options swing. So I'm not going to, it really was a very, very quick move here overnight. So I bought like 230 strike down here and then played it up to the upside, and I got out this morning because yesterday at close it popped, and I put on the I put on the Discord and said, hey, this could be a really good trade if it can hold above 225, because if it closes up here it might just melt up. We might get another big gap up, you know, kind of like what we did down here. Just going all the way up to like near 230. So it's like pretty decent chance that it's going to do that if it holds above 225. And I said in my little Discord note that my biggest concern is that it's like a head fake and last minute they rug pull. And like the last 5 to 10 minutes of the day was just like blur, back down into the range and into the creek. And I was like, are you serious? So I sat there and I watched it go back, and I was like, all right. So I had a stop that was like below here, and I was like, well, it's not hit that stop yet. It did actually hit it technically in extended hours. Like it went past it. This is extended hours right here. But I was like, oh, it didn't hit that stop, so I'm not stopped out. But that looked really bearish because it came all the way back underneath there. And I was like, man, I was pretty sure. Well, I was like really sure, but I'm pretty sure this needed to go up again. I kept talking about it yesterday, like how I was waiting for that like kind of rest period to be over and to see what would happen. And yeah, it was all of this right here. I was just like, are you serious? Like everything wicked back underneath. And I was like, goodness gracious. So I kind of lucked out on this one. I honestly think in retrospect, I did not think it was going to go up. Like after it did that, I was like, I think it's going to dump potentially because it looks like a double up thrust. It doesn't look positive to me. Even though we made this low and we're pumping up, I'm not convinced, when it does stuff like this. So it is what it is. I'm in and out of that contract super fast. I think I bought it for like 160. I like exit it for like 220 or 215 or something. So decent little trade. Nothing crazy. Just a solid 30% swing, which is what I want to do. If I'm doing options, that's kind of like a minimum. If I'm trying to get profit from it, potentially this does still melt up. Like if it holds here, I think it could melt up to 230. Maybe I was a little bit like gun shy about it because of like what happened yesterday. So I was like, I'm just going to get out. Probably wouldn't have been bad to just keep some of them and just see what happens. But my fear here was that it was going to dump right back down through and just continue down. It's looking pretty bullish right now. We're on the 1 hour. Obviously, it's only been 10 minutes. But you may see some buy-in here and some follow-through that would just lead it to kind of, again, melt up. And I'd be looking at this top right here. So it did hit the top. So if it kind of comes above the top, finds a little bit of a support here with some buyers volume, then I think you're going to have a good pop, potentially all the way to 230. So if you're interested in this as a trade today, it would be a crazy Friday trade because I think max pain is at like 220 or something on IWM. It's really pretty low. Again, it was kind of like yesterday I was like, where do you think they're going to go? Looks like they were going to drop. But it didn't drop that creek, so I didn't stop out. So anyways, I kind of lucked out on that trade. I did average down on NU, but I got to be honest, I'm still kind of like in the middle on this trade. Like I averaged down when it came low yesterday to like 11, and it held that 11 mark. I was like, all right, I think I'm just going to average down a little bit just to get that 1 extra cent lower or whatever on my average matters when it's only like trading, 2 to 4 cents or whatever on average. So I did average down on my NU position because I'm still like, it's like the same thing. I'm still like semi-bullish on it. I don't know. It hasn't quite made that leap yet. I could hold it over the weekend. It's going to be a big decision. Not sure what I'm going to do yet. Could hold it over the weekend. Again, I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do. But this is one that we'll have to wait and see. If it doesn't hold above 1150 today, I'm not confident about next week. Yeah, it really needs to come up here, hold over like 1150, and then I think next week would be not a sure thing, but it would be a lot better off. I feel more confident about it. Checking all these indicators on like the 4 hour, it still looks pretty darn strong. MFI is the lagging on the 4 hour. Everywhere else it looks decent. It's still in like a major uptrend that started back here in November, but it's been coming down as we've been rising here, which isn't exactly awesome. So I really want to see that kind of follow through and break out. Again, if volume can come in here, I think it'll be healthy if it can get above maybe that 150 today. Even if it just sits there, I don't care. If it closes above there, it potentially is very good. If not, then I am very much concerned that this is like a quick like 1-2, and then it's going to come right back through, especially this creek. If I had to pick one, it would be this one. I think that just to me is like the death nail kind of thing. So I think coming back now beneath probably 11, it's going to end up being down there. If it dropped as a crow flies, would be really bad. That's far, and that might be too far for you if you're trying to just like save some money on this, especially if you're just shares only. That may be like near your entry point. It may not be worth holding it that long. Big news this morning, I guess, was they did announce that the offering had been completed on the 15th. Almost immediately, I suppose, this turned back around. So we'll see what happens. There is other news like the Donald Trump thing. I don't know what that means. Like, make Hollywood great again. What does that even mean? I don't know. If Donald Trump like suddenly endorsed AMC, do I think this would like rally and go to the moon? Maybe. This is what happened back in the day. Was you had guys like Elon Musk and some other folks that went and bought GME very publicly, talking about it and all this stuff. And I think that there was a couple others too, but like, if you're just talking about catalysts, or if you're just talking about volume, then that matters. So who knows? Big problem yesterday was we did not cross up over 365. So today, crossing 365 certainly makes this look a lot better. I like to see the heavier volume right here on the top of 350, not on like a peak. That's nice. So you see where that volume is right there. That's a good indication that we might be at a decent bottom. There's a decent amount of stopping power there, so that's good. So it held. I didn't do any kind of iterative reversal on this, but you could do that, and it's really just level to level. And so what you'd be looking at is, if you wanted to do that on AMC, you'd be looking at each of these platforms and then the subsequent rising trend with them. So these platforms are as follows. You can see them right here. It's kind of like right where it drops off, basically. That's where the platform should be. So you identify that little drop-off point, the ledge. This ledge is kind of weird because it's like the gap and the top, but I would probably prefer the top here. So you can use those as potential supports going back up. And then again, from an iterative standpoint, what you would do is you would take the ascending trends like this. It looks like we're hitting one right now, potentially, or close to it. And you would use we're kind of like right on it. It might have been yesterday even. Yesterday looks a little bit more accurate to me, like that. Maybe that's partially why this is bonking upward. But you would use those in combination with the ledges, and this would identify like the little pockets that you would fall into. So in theory, this works really well. In practice, it can be tricky. It could be kind of tricky. Like, this is so steep, it's hard to think like, oh, this is going to be like the triangulation, and yet it is, right? You can see that it was. But I don't know if in retrospect, if I would have looked at this and been like, it's going to pop really high and then come really far back. But like, that's the triangulation for it. And then this one is not quite as steep at all. So this is like your triangulation right here. So these will be ways of doing iterative triangulations on the drop down, which is a very mechanical kind of process. So this one's even more like crazy. It's like little bitty over here. It worked, but man, this thing was like tiny. I don't know how, again, in retrospect, I'm not sure how you would have looked at this and been confident it would do that. Just didn't seem very likely, does it? Like, oh, it's going to go all the way up here and then all the way back down. But it does, right? So these little setups on the left side end up giving you really solid setups on the right if you do it right. So what about this one? Is it super steep? All right, so this is where I get, I guess most often get confused is like, do I use the steepest possible trajectory here? Maybe, or do I just use the trend? Because the trend may be more accurate in a lot of cases. And that does seem about right to me right here. So this would suggest to me that this has a pretty considerably high pop, probably to 4. Makes sense. And then it comes back down to 380, and 380 is where it rests. So in theory, this would be like this kind of a move, like a massive pump and dump almost. I don't know what that looks like exactly today. If it does it all in one day, it would be potentially like a big retrace that then just kind of bounces back out. It doesn't have to stay down there. It just pushes back out, maybe lands up over near 4, closer to 4 going into Monday. So it could be like that. It doesn't have to be perfect either. These are pretty close to perfect, but I don't know, again, if I would have imagined this would have actually happened. It's pretty steep. So this is another one that's pretty steep. And then if you're using the bottom floor here or here, it's very different. This looks like a parallel structure to me, like near parallel. So I'm thinking that this is, again, like a top resistance, like a major top resistance. This is also like roughly the middle. So I'm thinking this might be like a center mark, and this is the actual resistance. This might be like more of a middle mark here on this bigger drop for the whole trend. But this is not I don't know if I would describe this as an exact science. When I did this a while back, last time I did it was July, I think, because it was kind of a clear iterative pattern. I haven't really done it since then. So yeah, this one's pretty steep as well. This one goes up to, again, it's starting to look like a parallel structure here. It's a lot more uniform, whereas these are kind of like dropping and going crazy directions. So yeah, this implies quite a bit. So this would imply that you potentially, if it did follow through, that you potentially pump pretty high up to near like 430, again, maybe Tuesday, and then actually you come back down to this floor here. This would be like a creek jump, so maybe that makes sense. Come back to like $4 again, $3.98. It's pretty steep, but that does seem about right for like a normal AMC kind of ascension here. Again, this is where things get a little bit dicey. If you start using these like structures, and you have to sort of guess as to where that drop actually is and be really confident about it. This doesn't bode well. This one makes it seem like if you did do it, you would have like some kind of a massive like upthrust to here to like 450 and then come right back down. Probably again to land on the top here, which makes some sense, but it's not like, because if you look at the movement here, it would be like a widening essentially at the top, which happens quite a bit. So it wouldn't be like the end of the world. And I don't know if, again, this is probably not the best way to continue to do this, but once you get to the top, I'd probably just use like the major one here. This is like the biggest one right there anyways. That trend going up. This is the main trajectory that was lost. So you could use these others just as a form of testing and theory and just see if it works out. But I wouldn't like bank on it for a trade. All of this does give me a pretty decent sense of continuity though, because we were expecting it to kind of race up here and then come back to near 4. It doesn't necessarily look like you get up to beyond 450, which is, again, something that I had kind of thought might be the case, at least at first. We'll see. How confident are you about this, Booksy? I mean, like, if I were... Am I confident that it can go up to 450? Yes. But my confidence is going to look just like this? No. I mean, if it does, cool, but this is just ideas. This is very, very close to how I did it when we did it in July of 2023 or 2024, excuse me. And it did work quite well. I mean, it gave like pretty darn exact targets for tops. It was not, again, something that I would be like, hey, this is going to work exactly like this every single time. Like, I don't know. That's a little stretch, right? There are reasonable, conclusions here, though, is that you have like a 50-50 right here. You see how this has presented itself? This floor is like a halfway point from the previous floor to the target zone. I mean, that kind of stuff matters in the market. The setups are there for a reason. And it's on that exit trajectory. You might think I drew this line yesterday. You might think I drew it to this bottom. That's not the case. This is the trajectory line. So if you're wondering, like, where did that come from? Did you just draw that line? No. Yesterday when we were doing this, I specifically took a trajectory down from the top to the bottom. And then I did a reversal on that trajectory, and that's what I came up with. So it follows the trajectory out. If you don't use trajectories and you think they're hogwash, I had a guy tell me once that it was nonsense and it doesn't work. And I was like, I don't know what world you're living in, but I've never seen it not work. If the wave is solid, it works. It doesn't always fulfill the entire wave, but the trajectory itself in and out almost always works. So if this had broken down, would it have continued to follow this trajectory? Maybe if it's a wave, again, around the trajectory, it could have followed it. But it doesn't have to. I'd still say it works. Like, even if this broke out and then came back down, I would be like, yeah, it worked. That's the exit trajectory right here of this move. Who cares if it doesn't go all the way up, you know? If you're somebody that's like really bullish on AMC right now, this exit trajectory would potentially be the exit trajectory for the big move, because almost always the final trajectory before the spring action, so if you think this is a spring that's going to continue, the final trajectory before the spring action almost always is pretty closely tied to the end result of whatever that follow through is. That ends up being like a bullish mark out. It persists through the range and onward. It really does. So almost always, and that I may say like 85% of the time, that is the trajectory that's used as a continuation. So if you need to have a trajectory on your chart, you want to have one. The current uptrend right here is one. So yeah, so the triangulation wise, this is what we would expect to see happen. I'm not going to keep all these triangles and lines on the screen. You can if you want to. I'm not going to. It's a lot of noise. But I'll let it stand as is for what I think this may matter, you know, so for whatever it's worth. I think this will matter. So we're going to leave it. I'm going to leave that one on there, but I'm going to color it differently. There's a couple here as well. You could take the higher approach and go from the low drop to this would be more of like an extreme to where it kind of clips through. This would be a bit more of like an extreme one if you wanted to pick one out that was really, really fast paced. I think the general trend isn't, in my mind, the general trajectory isn't really debatable. It's kind of like the center mark here, and it's pretty mild. But I do sometimes, as you clearly have seen, take that bottom trajectory, which would be like the more bullish one. And yeah, maybe this guy. So again, same deal. It looks about the same spot anyways. Maybe 450. So I think we're going to get to 450 next week. It's possible anyways, at least the way this iteration is set up. This makes sense. We did the measurements out. Everything kind of like worked pretty well. Should have measured this from the breakout here, but I measured it from the bottom. Either way, it gives you more of a conservative target at 410 and then like a higher target at 415. So what, you Booksy, you're super bullish now? It's ready to go? I don't know. Still think it's up in the air. I think it's going to come down to what happens over here. And I'm not convinced just yet that we're going to see. It may be a lot faster than I drew it out. I drew it real slow. It's probably going to be before the end of January. So kind of slowed it down on my chart. It should be a little bit quicker than that. Look, if all of this happens, then what I could say with confidence is that this trade, this iterative knockdown here that was very mechanical looking on this sell down, that it resulted in an appropriate action, that it followed through on all of its kind of promises here. And that's about as far as I would take it. And I've already talked about the big picture and how there's definitely a possibility it stops here. This is like a major wave check. You can see back on the first dive down that we did something similar to this here. We went all the way back up and checked some pretty intense levels. And all this is really telling us right now is that we're retesting the floor, which I've got in red. So if we can get back above the floor, we're at 450, we're back above 413, then yeah, I think that that would hold. Then you potentially have a breakout here on whatever creek is established, and then you can go. But beyond that, I don't think there's confirmation here. So yes, potential here for a decent size run up, possibly to 450 even. And then we'll reset and see if we can hold this. And I'm saying possibly still. I'm not convinced that we're actually going to go above this red marker. Even though, yes, the iterations say we would. Yes, there's a catalyst, whatever. I'm not 100% convinced. The way this is set up definitely looks like a series of upthrusts. But again, I'm going to wait and see what happens. Maybe it won't look like that in the end. That does look like a lot of push-ups to get back above $4, and who knows at that point. So, again, we'll see. It reminds me a little bit of this, I guess, what I'm trying to say. Really, any of these approaches have been like that. This one as well. Boop, boop, boop. See how it widens at the top? So it is built out that way, which is nice. And if you guys missed how I built that out, you can go backwards a little bit. It's triangulations based on these little guys coming down, these shelves. But each of these is triangulated, so if it works, it works. Cool. It'd be nice if it worked. It doesn't have to work, but it would be nice. And then, yeah, the rest of this is just gobbledygook, me thinking about what may or may not happen, depending on what happens at this top. And we've talked about, yesterday we talked about this. This is a good little diagram, I guess. I mean, it's free. I don't know. Free material, I guess, for you if you want it. This little diagram gives you a sense of maybe possibility going into a top and what that would probably look like if it's bullish. The alternative, which is like kind of like a trap version of the same thing. There's little things in here that I didn't include, like I just didn't include, and that's just what it is. I don't know. I could talk about every little thing in here. Like there could be like a double up thrust here in the beginning that looks kind of iffy, high volatility. There could be a sign of weakness early on in some range like this, and the same thing would apply for this. There would be like a higher low, like more strength in the bottom, so on and so forth, right? And these are the alternatives, which is that the M doesn't cross up and over right away. You could get a spring action depending on how that range built out. You could get a healthy spring. You could get a up thrust. Usually it has a lot of determination based on how high this moves and then what happens after. So gearing up for something, just gearing up for a little spring. If the beginning of the range is healthy, it could present itself as a spring. And if it's ugly and there's signs of weakness and weird up thrusts, and then it pushes high and then drops back below the creek, that's not usually a good sign. So anyways, these are just simple diagrams. They do not represent timing necessarily. So don't think that they represent, if it doesn't look exactly like this, timing-wise, who cares? You could stretch these out pretty much infinitely. They could also be like hyper-compressed. Doesn't really matter. You probably will see these kinds of things on the micro, so if you see them, you can start taking mental notes for yourself about what that looked like, so that in the future, when you make presumptions, you're more and more and more accurate. But for now, getting above 365 is good. Next stop would be getting above like 380. So 380 is a gap, which is kind of obvious. So is 405. But this is actually really, really important for other reasons, because when you hit 365, I made a gentle argument that that might actually be like the accurate floor here. You can see where we are right now intersects the preliminary support on the way down, and also intersects where we left. There was a wraparound right here before we took off, coming back and holding that level around 365. 350 is closer, although it's not even exact, it's closer to these tops, and I don't see any real connection to the previous range from 350. Like if you really take this down to like 350, there's nothing there. I mean, this is a drop through. This is potentially still an important level because it's a round number. But I chose 365. So I was waiting to see what happened yesterday. I'm happy to see it broke today. So that's good. Okay. Enjoy your upside. So this is not a unimportant level, I guess is all I was going to say. Like where we are presently would be a really good place to build a support or show some kind of strength off of this level, right about where we are. And it's kind of a range. I don't know if I would define it as a hard and fast level, but if I had to, I would say 365. And we haven't actually checked that. So it'd be good to come back and test it and then go, or at least get close to it and find buyer support. Yeah, we kind of came to the edge of the wider, and I've got this drawn out the way I have it drawn out because I'm using the closing values back here on these candles, not the wicks. If you use the wicks, we didn't even hit it yet. But if you use these closing values, we did hit it. And we tried to push against that. We haven't yet broken it. That's the main downtrend. Again, there's reason to be bullish here if this iteration continues to build back out. I mean, this is what it would look like if it continues to build back out. I'm pretty confident about that, I would say. I'm not necessarily confident that you can do any of that unless you break the trend, and the trend hasn't even been broken yet. So if I look at this from a really basic TA standpoint, let's not talk about weird stuff like iterative triangulation. Let's just look at a trend. Then we could pick the two tops here and just use that. That's your trend. Got like minty colors here. It hasn't busted it yet. So this isn't like bad. It's just not there yet. It's right in this little pocket. Okay. Well, you guys are having your debate. I'm not going to debate the floor. I think we lost the floor. That's not there yet. So when you look at a range, that's not, in my opinion, that's not like super debatable, or it shouldn't be. I think that's pretty obvious. The lowest you could say the floor was like 358, potentially, if this is just like one big range. But if you're using just the evidence of bottoms, then the floor at 415 is the stronger bottom, like by far. And that's where we hooked down through when we did this up thrust, which would give you like an indication there was a reason that we went X amount above and then X amount below, because that's like an anchoring point. It really doesn't matter, even if you think even if you thought that 350 was the floor, who cares? You still have a massive support that was built and lost at $4, $4.10. So floor or no floor, it doesn't make any difference. It is a supply zone until it isn't, because we're beneath it. And we checked it as a supply here when we backed up to like 412 and then dumped. So for now, that's still where confirmation needs to reside. You're not going to go to 5 if you can't build a support on 410. It's that simple. And if you're going to go take it back up to distribute, you would do it here. This is why I'm like nervous about this area. It's because it's not because I'm like, chicken poo or something, and I'm afraid to like commit to something or whatever. That's not true. I've committed to plenty of things and I've been right. Been committed to other things. I've been wrong. I was committed to a move to 8s. That didn't happen. I'm okay being wrong about something and still saying I'd committed to it. The alternative of 560 ended up being the one that was right, and I didn't like that, but that's what happened. Didn't like that it was that low, but that's what happened. Was that something that I had charted out? Yes, it was. I don't need to prove that. It's on the Discord. You can go look back at my charts. It's right there. We talked about that as a low possibility. My point is that like this is something I'm not willing to commit to yet, because while I'm all for like a big January run up, I think it'd be really cool to have like a repeat of 2021 and push up to like $20 or $19.60 after this. It's not complicated to me. It's also very simple. Like, in order for this to break out, we really have to see it build a support over 415 and then come above 450 with like an SOS. That should give us a pretty clear runway to pop to at least 630. In my opinion, I think that's where we go. Like, we've built out we're talking about these triangulations and how they interestingly build out like 50-50 whatever. It's like, there's one right here. You know what I mean? Like, these are built out by default. The fact that you land on 415 down to 410, where's the middle now going up to this particular rising creek? It's right at 5. It splits the difference between the two. Is that good? I would say it's clean. I would say it's not necessarily going to end bullishly just because it's there, but it's there. If it wasn't there, we wouldn't be able to say that. So I think it's a positive sign. Another thing we could do is we could look at the bottom here at 320 up to where that marker is, right here on this bottom, on this particular rising creek that was lost at 450, and look at the duplicate value, and it also leads up to like 650. So there's a lot of positive like mathematics here, but that doesn't mean it's going to follow through. We've seen plenty of positive mathematics in the past. The 869 was like a killer good level. There's no doubt in my mind it was there. And there's no doubt in my mind it was a very real possibility that wasn't taken, right? For liquidity purposes, it didn't want to be taken. But I don't know, man. There's just no real reason in my opinion, okay? There's no real reason that anybody should be looking at this saying that it's definitely going to go up past 450 at this point and not try to sell back down again. Even if it did, you might then say, well, maybe it goes up there and it stops at 373 and it holds a support, or it stops at $4, Booksy. You're right, but you're not right. That's fine. But I'm just saying this is like an anchored level. Like, it's a pivot level. It's not complicated. Look at the middle point here and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. This is a very pivotal spot for this stock. So for us to make that rally and break would be a huge deal. I think we could end up easily up at 650 in like no time. And then potentially beyond that, right? We could go way beyond that. easy. Because then the next one is like a huge amount of distance. Look at the distance on the next one. It's like massive. Massive distance from like 650 up to like 1950. That's a big deal. But I don't want to be disillusioned either and think that just because I see it one way, it can't possibly go another way. That would be silly. So if I looked at this and I said that I think it has to break out, I'd be ignoring the fact that this could be a massive cat ear, and it is. It's not a question in my mind. The middle of an S curve is always still the middle of two ears at some point, right? And what happens next does largely determine whether we go or not. A good example of that would be to look back at 2000 and the March drop, because that's another one that you're like, oh yeah, but that wasn't a cat ear, was it? Like the middle wasn't right there. Well, it kind of was. And again, it depends on how you want to position yourself about this. But I would suggest to you that this idea of cat ears shouldn't be misunderstood as like that they're mutually exclusive, like they butt up against each other. They overlap. So like right here, there is an entire cat ear in this whole structure, right? We would talk about this as like ear 1, ear 2. And we know for a fact, to some degree, that this ends up kind of pointing the way. If I can get the silly thing to turn off, this ends up pointing the way towards the future top, right? Looking backwards at how this traveled through the middle of the cat ears. Even just going to the bottom would have given you a good estimation of potential anchors, right? This parallel, by the way, runs through the whole stock of AMC. If you find the right one, it's like in every single run-up we have. It's the same exact angle, like every time. I think this is the way to do it right here. This angle, if I'm not mistaken, is the right one. Yeah. Like works its way through pretty much every single bottom that we have on AMC, and the reaction. So it's just like we're always kind of traveling at the same pace, like right here, so on and so forth. Anyways, you can use this angle right now, by the way. Really? There it is again. Anyways, so while, yeah, this is its own cat ear, I would also suggest to you this is like the middle of an ear structure, because it's ultimately doing a cross up and over, which is what a cat ear does. If you think about what am I saying when I say kitty cat ears, it's not just a cute little analogy, because I made a bongo cat meme a long time ago about cat ears on the chart. It's really not about that. The first and the second ear are wave cross. So if you look at it that way, it makes perfect sense then that this would be another wave cross. Is it not? It is. So like this is its own ear here. And then you're looking at a question of like, well, where does it go after that? Does it break down and continue down? Then all of a sudden this looks like a massive version of the same thing. And it is. So while yes, there is one coming down, there's also one that presents itself here, where this is like the middle and this is like a jump over. And why should it not? Because there is an actual trend right there. Okay? All right. So point in case, when you go to look at where we are currently, bringing this back around to where we are currently, yes, you could say that this could potentially be like ear 1 over here, ear 2 over here. You could say this is 1, 2. We did that earlier, 1, 2. I think that's true. Therefore, this could also be like a 1, 2. It gets a little confusing. But then I would look at this and just suggest to you that this middle right here on the S curve needs to have support above in order to run. So the wave up isn't complete necessarily until you get that back up and you show that it's not going to go down again. And this would be, again, a comparable way of looking at it versus 2022. This is your S curve down. This is the wave out, right? So where does it check? Well, look at the pink marker. I've already got it on the chart. I'm not hiding anything from anybody. It's right there. It's the same one we just drew, right? It's right here. So what you're saying, Booksy, is it's going to come up and then crash back down and then go. I don't know for a fact it's going to do this or that or the other. I know that these are hot zones for potential price action in the future. And I know that, yes, at some point, this has to show that it's going to break out and hold above this particular zone right here. Right? Well, how am I going to know if it's going to potentially go lower again? You guys are smart. You're smart. You already have the answer. Because we've done this like a dozen times, right? We know what the answer is. The answer is whether or not this backs up and checks the creek adequately, and then if it does, how low did this go? If this ends up kind of running parallel all the same, and it ends up running like along here, right, then it's very possible that if and when this does break down, it's going to come right back to that spot later in the future and retest it. Why would it do that? Why would it come back to 380 something? I don't know, probably because we created a support at 387. And my bet is if we did all this stuff, it wouldn't look like it's checked. We got to backtest everything on this stock? Maybe. Every single level should be tested on the way out to some degree. That's just a normal like run up. Markup periods are weird like that. They do test everything. You may not think that they're doing it, but they're doing it. You can go back and look across the wave, and you'll see every single level at some point does get some test. And why wouldn't it? Makes sense to me. You're going to come back up through all the digits here on the values. You're probably going to check everything. So does that mean it's going to break down if it drops beneath 380 again or whatever after coming up? Maybe. That's probably a good way to estimate it. But, you know, I would leave it there and just say, like, for now, that's good enough. Because we don't know the speed of this. We don't know after this particular price action exactly what happens. I would suggest to you that if it comes back up again in some strength, right? Remember how we talked about when you get to the top, there could be a number of different things. This little low hit looks like bad at first because you're like, oh, I don't want to go back through. I don't want to go back through that area, right? Like, why would I want to do that? Well, again, it looks kind of bad at first unless you think about, I think it was like the third diagram here. If this is strong, it can build up on the top and then have like a weaker up thrust that doesn't actually break anything and then go down for a spring. This is actually what happened in May of 2023. And it's the reason why I thought it was really bullish right before it ran and was able to get a really good buy-in, because it did exactly that. It broke back up above the creek, but it didn't retest the highs, and then it came down low. And you might look at this and say, well, it didn't really make a spring, did it? Yes and no, right? So in a compression like this, your phase B, which is this sideways action, doesn't look like a normal phase B. It doesn't come over the top, right? It doesn't push up, but this is a reaccumulation. So it's building a creek sideways in like a wedge. So it's continually making higher highs until when? Well, this is where it's tested. So you're testing like a few things here. It's a strange one because again, this is what I don't like about the word spring. So people misuse it and they talk about it in like different ways. Technically, a spring is diving beneath the range, or the floor, I should say. But in this case, it is a spring because it's testing the floor in quote unquote a phase B here, which was really mild. It dives beneath. This is locally a spring. If you look, whoa, what just happened? If you look close up at that diagram, we've talked about this. This is like a little white coffee and range right here as a bottom. And then it dips slightly below that trend. So just like here where it kind of comes above and then comes slightly below, this could have come lower. This could have come down beneath 284. It didn't. I wouldn't have been like super surprised if it dipped and then ripped that far. But it didn't. And this is the same idea with this diagram here. This happens quite a bit. It's just a reaccumulation with a spring. And it doesn't have to have a spring. It could be like this, right? That's what we're talking about over there, where it's like a local spring in the phase B. Either way. So could that happen right here and still be healthy? Yeah. So like again, I wouldn't suggest to you that this is necessarily like an evil or something just because it comes low. In fact, it could be quite the opposite. It could be fine. But if at this point you've misread the range and it's already done something like this, then you're in trouble. Okay? Then you'd be in trouble. So a consolidation here that then dips low, and again, I'm making it really dramatic, like, oh, it has to come back down to here. We don't know just yet. This is like me predicting the future based on a predicted future. If this does come and hit the levels that I think they might hit, then this might be what it looks like. But if, for example, during this down push, let's say this actually stays really high, how does that change things? It changes it quite a bit because this then presents itself as like a much lighter potential drop. It may just be going back to check 4, right? And then especially, let's say this guy widened out, has a deeper retracement. It may look bad at first, but it actually creates a much more narrowed range. It starts looking a lot more like maybe what we would expect. See, this way. So it looks like a lot more like that may build out, where you may even have something like this, right? And then go back up. Just as an example, okay? So all of that stuff is possible. Why can't we just rocket to the moon, Booksy? Why do we got to make all these stops and checks and all this other junk? If you're of the opinion that we did not make stops and checks in May, then you're wrong, because we did. Because in reality, the main drop that happened here in April, the rebound, all of this is stops and checks. Like all of this is built out along a new bottom, and this time period is the buy-in. There's just no example of a run-up without that, at least. Now the rest of it, does it make stops and checks? Only one, which was the creek, and then it takes off, basically checks this 365, then takes off, basically checks some middle trends and then takes off. But all that happened like really rapidly, right? It does make the checks, but they're super fast. But to suggest that we don't have to build out a floor and we could just go straight up, I don't know, man. That would be really bad to me because I would think that that could result in a pretty nasty return later. I'd rather have strength. Okay? So this is all just theoretical anyways for now. And we'll get there when we get there. There's nothing bad about it yet. I want to see certain things happen today. I'd like to see us come back above 380, maybe even up to 4. That's fine. That'd be great. I would take that. If we stop at 350, I think it's a little too low. You know, coming all the way back down to 350 seems a bit low to me after making progress. If we stopped at 365 or 367, probably wouldn't bat an eye about it. I would just wait till Tuesday. Because at the end of the day, like, it's still above what we would call a floor here, a shelf. James, yeah, let's talk about GME. Do you have any puts on AMC? I didn't say it was smart, asking if he is betting on AMC going down. No, not yet. This would have been the put play right here. When it came above and tried to break up to 415 and it dropped, that's kind of the put play. When it broke that trend, would have been like exiting the put play. So this would have been a, if that held up, this would have been a play from like here to here. I didn't trade it with puts, no. if I were to enter a put play, where would it be? I'm telling you guys right now, it depends on the setup. And I probably wouldn't touch puts until the setup happened. But if it sets up in the top, it's clearly like distributive to me. And I see that massive up thrust, and it comes back through the floor, and then it drops through here. Yeah, like that's a put play. I don't care if you dislike it or not. I'm just telling you what it is, in my opinion. That's where I would be like, yeah, that's not good. So the next put play, if I were to play puts, would be over here, but I haven't touched them. Because at this point, if it does this breakdown, there's a couple places it could stop early, but I think on the whole, my presumption would be it's going to go ahead and go for that gap fill, and that this is like another flush with a drain, and it would be ugly because that creek right here is real steep. It almost necessitates, if you break out and come up here, you don't see that creek coming down, that's where it would be. So it could potentially come very, very low. But no, I'm not there yet. I think I've made enough of a case at this point that this is a critical level for holding for support for bulls or for rejection. It's pretty straightforward. And at the end of the day, like, I still debate whether this did come low enough. People are going to say it did. I don't know, man. Is it a dangling carrot to have that position open there for shorts? It might have been. Maybe is really offensive in this world, but sometimes maybe it's just my answer. It might have been. If you came on here, like every other day you've come on here, you've probably seen me chart something a little bit different, but like for the most part, this has been my main emphasis lately. Has been like that 415 to 450 area. When we first dropped down, it was 415 to 450. It hasn't changed, weirdly. You know, it's really not. It's exactly as it was in a lot of ways back here. You know, we failed to make those moves to the upside. We failed to make that higher high here. So this didn't look like anything except for an S-curve. And that's where we left it, you know. So those are pretty straightforward levels to me. And I think those are good entry places, frankly. If you're going to swing, you would swing here on momentum. And you would swing on the outward move up to maybe 450. And I would probably even say an average of 430, probably even healthier, or 420. Because the region between 4 to 450 is going to be probably initially like a wall. And so you're likely, even if you held on the whole way, probably be a lot safer exiting if you were doing a quick, let's just say you're doing a quick call play or something, probably be a lot safer exiting at like 420 or something, and then waiting to see if you should re-enter. I'm not your parent. You decide what you guys want to do. I'm not your coach. I'm not your financial advisor. I'm just a guy talking about charts. And there's plenty of people out there that disagree. But no, I'm not in a put play unless something like this happens. These are my diagrams that I would suggest to you are really important for this little section up here. Speed is irrelevant, right? It could be super, super fast. It could be super slow by comparison to what you're expecting. It's all relative to what you expect to have happen. My expectation is it's like a moderation. It's like probably going to be about a week at least. We have a short week next week. I would be more inclined to think that we could have a bigger run-up starting next week if we got up higher today. But today's not over, so we're going to wait it out. We're starting to make that push finally. We'll see if we can get that push up here above 376. Getting a little bit hung up on the bottom of the gap. Nothing horrible, just sitting there right now. Breaks out here. I think you're going to move all the way up to like 405. Again, there's nothing wrong with short-term swing trade on AMC. It just isn't. I don't care if it's shares. I don't care if it's calls or options. Nobody, and I get what you guys are like. That some of the folks that come in are very like AMC hardcore, GME hardcore. They really want to know that everybody's holding their positions. It's not my responsibility to tell you to hold your position or not hold it. Buying and holding a position does help in a squeeze, because if there's less shares available to cover positions, it tends to be harder and take longer to get out of positions. It tends to aid in a short squeeze. That is true. But it is not necessity for a short squeeze either that you individually make that decision on my behalf or on anyone else's behalf. Like, this is not a drink your Kool-Aid kind of cult or something where if you don't do it, you're going to get booted. I don't care, personally. I told you guys, my brother found out he has cancer that's pretty severe. Like, I'm making money right now as fast as I can to try to help him out. I don't care like about AMC personally as a company. I care about it as an investment. I care about it because I like the movies. Obviously, I'm a big film guy and animation guy, but like, I'm sorry, I'm not married to AMC, and AMC is not my brother. You know what I mean? It's a company. It doesn't care about me. Doesn't even know who I am. You know? Adam Aaron never friended me or whatever on, you know, X or Twitter or whatever it was when I was still active on there. It's not important to me in that way. And so your decision is your decision here. And I'm just telling you, like, the setup here is pretty solid. If it can make this advancement, it should pop to like 405 right here. And then I think it'll come back down and advance again, perhaps next week. Good trades. All right. And I'm just cautioning that area. Yeah, so GME, little different story. So James had asked about GME. I didn't ignore you, James. I was just kind of working through it, trying to get my thoughts out there. I thought that GME might have a more considerable pop here because it hadn't checked this outer creek in a while, and it made more sense to me to do it now. But it doesn't really matter that much. So whether it does it now or it does it later, it's not a huge deal because in the end it's going to do it. So my ideas for GME were largely that this looked a bit weak to me. See how it popped up and it came back low. And I figured it would try to make an upthrust, and I thought that upthrust yesterday, there might be an upthrust and a close yesterday or something around there. I had it drawn right here. I thought that might come up and try to breach to that creek zone, but it did not. Did it create an upthrust at close yesterday? The answer is yeah, it did. And this is where things get, unfortunately for GME, this is where things always get really like nitpicky. GME is a weird chart. I don't know how to describe it, except it's like, man, I wish I had a good visual for this, because I think about it in my head and I know what I'm thinking, but like, it's hard for me to describe it sometimes. It's got this bizarre kind of patterning to it, the way that it trades, in that it tends to be like really low and flat, and then it just isn't all of a sudden. At least in the last few years, looking at it, every time I look at it, I'm like, well, I'm talking about like individual little ranges like this. You get these weird little flattenings and stuff. Like the curve of this one actually looks pretty good. Now that I'm saying it, there's like there's no examples. This is like an example probably right here. A little more like a shallow S-curve. This one, see, it kind of like rounds out on these tops. I don't know why, but it seems like GME does this more often. This is also like rounding out. It's kind of coming outward. Like if you try to draw a single line here, it just looks like it's continuously like pushing it out, pushing it out, pushing it out. It's really bizarre. It doesn't like to hold the first trend that it creates. So it creates these like little arcs to the outside. It does this like all over the place, which is fine. What we're experiencing is like a creek or a resistance being pushed outward. But if I were to give you like my 2 cents, it kind of reminded me of what we see here presently, because it was pushing out and it had not yet made like this. See that flattening? It like pushed out, but it had not yet made a solid higher low. And so it makes this lower low first, and then it pushes out and has an up thrust. And you can see like the up thrust is a higher, so it's a flush down and then up. It is a higher low, but then it immediately kind of hooks, and then it starts a descent. And this is really the weakness early on. It's supposed to help to some degree indicate like, oh, we're going to come back down here. We want to trade low, right? That's generally, if I were to pick out like one pattern, that's kind of generally what I was seeing here, was that this may still have like an up thrust in it, but it looked to me like, oh, it had already kind of picked out, like we wanted to come down further, right? And so that's what we're seeing. We're seeing like a push up, and then we're dropping back low. Now, how low is it going to go? Is it just going to go to 24.40 and stop like the other one did, or is it going to go lower? Either one's a good target, because in a sign of weakness, and you know, even now it's like you might look at this and say, oh, it's not bearish or something. Well, it did hook here. It did push down off of that creek. There's a little wick right there this morning. Even still, could it still come back up again and then go down again? Yeah, it doesn't matter. The only way this is super bullish, regardless of ups or downs, it would have to come above both the creek here and the outer trend. That would make me think it's bullish. Otherwise, it still looks kind of bearish. So I would suggest to you that what's more likely in play at this point is this lower line. It's not significantly lower. So I had said 25, and I still think it's possible we could get there. But in order for us to get to 25, we'd have to break through here, right around 27.30. I'm not sure if there's another level that I'm missing. There's a multitude of supports. One specifically is that range we were just talking about. Yeah, that's around 27. 27, 27, 27. There's a lot going on around 27. You know, maybe we don't get to 25. We just hold above 27 or something, you know. It seems right to me that you would suggest that that's a possibility, or like 26.80. This is where the drop in the support happened back here. So pretty close to what we thought, but maybe it doesn't go that low. Anyways, if I'm wrong and it advances here, then you pretty much just look at it like you would look at this, where it dropped down, it bought up, it advanced, and then you would be going back above, I want to say 27.56, but meaning it would like lay up on top of that. But it actually looks more like, I can't see, this is too small. Maybe 27.60 is a better number, 27.62. So for example, if this pushes low today and then rebounds, let's say it came down to here, and then it rebounds up, and then it lands on top of 27.60 or something by the end of the day, it's possible that that's bullish, weirdly enough. I would be really skeptical of it because it didn't break the creek. So I definitely wouldn't be like, yeah, it's definitely bullish. But sure, somebody who's a little more bullish on GME would probably look at that and suggest that's really bullish. I think it looks a bit more like the cat ear, but whatever. Mood's a bit different today. I guess the criminals kick us down a little bit once a month. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm on the same exact mood I was yesterday. The chart, maybe the mood in the chat's different. There's debate. Yeah, we'll see. You know, I think that the only real bullish outcome here is kind of coming back above the creek, anyways, which we haven't tested yet. The downtrend, if you will. Everything else could be easily attributed to a flush until that happens. And volume is king here. We'd have to kind of wait and see. I mean, this is a high volume bottom, so that is something. Yeah, I mean, again, if I'm just using this as like a diagram to kind of help me tell the difference between this and that, it still looks like there could be kind of an empty flush here. Like a lower volume flush down. It just seems like a real possibility still, so. You've got two creeks overhead. One is a more or less a regular creek here that we tried to push, we didn't, and we hooked beneath it right here this morning. The second is that trend, the downtrend. That would be a good one to use. And then this, I would say, if it comes up and it rejects, and I can't really tell you exactly where that would be, it'd probably be around 2780. If it comes up and rejects 2780 and it breaks again low, I think there's a good chance it's going to try to sink pretty far down and head towards 25. It may not get there, but it's going to try, I bet, to get there. Because I still think that is the main target in mind. Could there be another target, Booksy? I mean, maybe. I drew this line a long time ago. I haven't really changed it since. Is it possible that I don't have the right one? I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible, right? I think it's a really good one. To me, it looks like it's a good average of where that creek was at one point. I mean, it's clear that that's a resistance and then it's support. So, I mean, there's that. Certainly, if we want to get really nitpicky, we could probably take this to an extreme and talk about, I don't know, and use at 1150. I'm keeping my eyeballs open here for it. We could take this to like the wick and maybe use that, but why, you know? Just because? It doesn't make a significant difference. It's actually probably more in line with what I was thinking anyways. If we did come down, it'd be like 2571. We've seen it enough to know at this point that just because a chart presents a target does not mean that you're going to hit that target. So, yeah, I'm aware AMC's at 375. That's a weird thing to say. It's just sitting there still. Wolf is looking good. Yeah, I got a notification yesterday that Wolf had... Oh, look at Doge. Whew! There it goes. Good for you, Doge. AMD made that second push. Kind of looks like I know what I'm talking about on AMD, doesn't it? I had a pretty good estimation of this hitting here, and going up above. It just needs to hold. I don't think my contracts look too hot, though, this morning. I didn't see them overly green. They still were pretty flat. I think 122 is max pain on AMD, but... That's the micro devices, not AMC. It's alphabetical. AMD, AMA, AMB, AMC, AMD, AME. I mean, they're up 32% today, which is a good amount, but they didn't ultimately. I probably could have sold them this morning for a better profit. They didn't ultimately like hold all that level, so it looks like a pretty nasty inverse hammer right now on the 2 hour. Happy to see it held up here on the RSI. IWM backed up. It may just continue and try to rally. I'm trying to remember where the heck I drew Wolf. I think I drew it on the other chart. I'll come back to it in just a second, because I want to check NU, which is now above 1150. Yeah, this looks kind of meh. Most of that was in the first candle, so it doesn't look too hot. It looks divergent on the 30-minute. Well, it is what it is. It needs to hold a trend here probably, so starting to look more like a narrowing too, which makes me a little nervous. Yeah, that's a good estimation, just not the best of trades. All right. Anyways, I still think possibly next week comes up to 125 level. So I'm going to keep on that. I'm just going to hold my position for now. And there were two, weirdly enough, this is super strange to me. There were like two creeks here, and that's where the gap is. So I had established two trends there and put that on my chart. And that's where the gap up is. So I think if it holds above this guy, I don't know, it's not looking too hot, but if it holds above this guy, maybe this candle reverses, we get a chance here. That's the gap fill. Man, it really looks good overall. I just think that particular candle looks bad. So, oh man, what's going on, NU? Broke over 1150. That looks solid. So by the way, if I suddenly tell you that I'm out of NU, it's because I set a sell alert, or I set a sell level, and it's just not catching. Nobody wants these contracts, which is a bummer. People keep driving the bid down. They keep trying to bid it for like a penny, and I don't know, it's killing it. Nobody wants to sell it for a penny. You keep dropping the bid down to a penny, and no one's going to buy it. Or, you know what I mean? Like, no one's going to sell it for a penny. What, you're going to make zero profit on it? It just irritates me. Booksy's irritated. What else is new? I think once this gets up to like, if this does pop and go to like 12s, I think we're going to see a much different story in that options chain all of a sudden. But right now, it's still really irritating. Let's go check Wolf. But I like the way it looks, I guess. Wolf speed. Yeah, kind of did that back up, but it didn't come low enough, so I never got a trigger alert. This pushed higher on slightly lower volume on the 1 hour. It just looks so-so. I don't know, man. You know how it is. I'll probably change this time frame and it'll look fine. Let's just check it out. And it still looks like it's coming down. The volume came down a bit. It's just, I think it's just chopping. I don't necessarily think it's ready to go again. This pushed up, made a higher high, but if it did it on weakness, and it did, I can't really tell. Did that actually come up above? It seems like it did. So the high here was 721, and then the high here was 722. So it did push up and then sell back down. What an ugly chart. On the close-up. You guys are like, I thought you liked it. No, I don't dislike it. I just think on the close-up, it looks pretty ugly. That's not a nice thing to say, Booksy. It's just genetics. Stock, Booksy. It always makes me laugh when like I make like a joke. There was a guy, like one time there was a guy that said something like, because I was like personifying a stock or something with just figurative language. It's just figurative language. And somebody got like really upset. It was a long time ago now. Somebody got like really upset. They were like, why do you keep doing that? It's just stocks, not a thing. And I was like, dude, it's a joke. It's figurative language. All right. So 6 minute didn't quite get oversold either. I don't know, man. I thought it was going to come down and get back to 650. It just didn't do it. So who knows? Maybe it won't, but I guess if it doesn't, it doesn't. Let's look at the higher time frame. I doubt it looks bad. It looks fine. So yeah, I mean, if this doesn't want to yield to the kind of lower divergences, I think it's probably okay. I thought it would get more of a pullback, and I think that would be a good entry if it got down here. But it is kind of hovering over that zone, and if you're shares only, you probably wouldn't care that much. Goldman has maintained a buy while reducing the target from 19 to 17. That's still way above where we are. So leaps are probably good here too. Leaps aren't going to change much over a few pennies. I was thinking about it yesterday and trying to decide what kind of strikes I might get. I think I had put on here like short term what I would probably do here, but then I think long term you might just pick some, like I said 14, which is interesting because those strikes were obviously hot. They look good. This has come down to 17. So I still think that $14 strike might be fine for March. It's a little longer out without seeing a lot of volatility here. I think it'd be okay. Get a pop here into earnings. Probably be in a good spot to sell quick, make a buck. Long term, again, not convinced it goes unless it breaks out over here, at which point kind of already at the top, I guess, because this says their target anyways is like 17, which is just I think they're just picking on the range stop here, to be honest. That's probably correct. Yeah, that makes sense. So if it's a big auto reaction and it pushes past here, I think it would go to 17. And then we'll see. So it's still a good price right now. There's nothing wrong with it. Strong divergence here. RSI divergence. It's got the breakout on RSI already, which is good. Moving averages. This is the 180 presently. And I don't think the 180s are to be trifled with. I think they're really, really important, especially on like the 4 hour and the daily. So this 4 hour 180 would not probably be met until 10, which is why we were saying like a good trade might be spread of that level, 8 to 14, shorter and longer term. Because I think if you hit 10, these are both going to be pretty green. But obviously just shares, that's still a decent move. You know, going all the way up to 10 is a 50% move on shares alone, which is a huge move. So there's a lot of potential in this for a reactive move to the upside. I don't know. I guess I was just waiting for the best possible entry at 650, but if it doesn't get there, it doesn't get there. It might make a higher low here than previously, and then it just takes off. I think I'm going to consider it today, investing in it today. I'm a little nervous because this is the midpoint here, this little range. I'm a little nervous it's going to chop until earnings, in which case, if you're starting to enter into, that's a while, that's like 10 days. If you enter into contracts too early, they'll get like messed up. If this decides to go sideways until earnings, you'd be stuck, which does make me a bit nervous. I don't like that. So that's my main concern, I guess, with this region as it stands. And then it hasn't actually broken out of the creek yet, so the creek is up high. This is like an angle, and I do think it broke that, but I think it needs to come above. Well, if it's straight up, it's like 782. If it takes till earnings, it could be as low as 722, because it could chop sideways until then. This is really just a question of what you think happens between now and then. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion, so yeah. I mean, 4 hour daily, lots of room to move. Daily's out too. It looks nice. On balance, volume hasn't broken out yet. On the daily, it's still kind of trying. It looks a lot more like the trend, like the price action, I mean. It's still trying. It hasn't quite gotten there. This is the average. So I think if it gets above that average, you're probably going to see it. There's a pinch point. You're probably going to see it break right around here. But that does look like earnings. Again, it's like it's right there. So it could potentially just kind of piddle until then. It doesn't have to go before. You could see what I mean. They chop right here and then break. Yeah, it seems fairly pre-designated. There's nothing wrong with this. And that's good too, because it's the same as it was over here. So it's definitely had a buy-in. So there's a lot of shakeout that happened, but if you look at the overall on balance volume, the fact that it reset lower is actually positive in this case. It means they're probably pretty successful at shaking some folks out here. They really dumped it right there on that drop. And that's really I think the aim of the operators usually is to shake out retail and then buy in whatever. So that looks pretty solid. MACD's crossed up on the daily. It looks pretty bullish as well. No test on it, just crossed up. That happened like Thursday. It was yesterday. So this looks like a nice little backup. Also divergent, heavily divergent. This really isn't a bad play at all. I think I probably will take positions today on this and just let it ride. So I'm going to start looking at them again. I think it's a good trade. I do. I didn't forget, I still have it on my screen, the entertainment AMC thing, but I don't like really reading through these very much. It's only one page. This is a cover page of something else. Let me just go through it real quick while I'm looking at the options chain, and that way we have good use of time here this morning. So as previously disclosed, they entered into a sales agreement, blah, 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 blah. The forward seller and any of the hedging shares offered by Goldman Sachs International in its capacity as the forward counterparty under one or more forward transactions with the company, each a quote-unquote forward relating to an aggregate of up to 50 million shares of a company's Class A common stock. So that was the offering. As previously disclosed, sales by the sales agent and forward seller were made in sales deemed to be at the market offerings as defined by Rule 14 of the Securities Act 1933 as amended. As of January 15th, all 50 million shares subject to this sales and registration agreement have been sold. To date, the company has received gross proceeds of $183.8 million before commissions and fees on the account of the sale of 20 million shares of common stock through at-the-market offerings by the sales agent, and initial cash payments upon the establishment of the forward counterparty's hedge positions for 30 million shares of common stock under forwards. So it looks like as of January 15th, they've all been sold in at-the-market offerings, but it says that there was a sale of 20 million shares of common stock through at-the-market offerings and initial cash payments upon the establishment of the forward counterparty's hedge positions for 30 million shares. In accordance, so I'm not sure what that means. I mean, they're shorting 30 million shares? That seems like a lot. Or maybe they shorted them, maybe this is the shorting and then they're covering those positions. Like they're giving themselves a short position. They're giving themselves like a short position here. This is not the right stock, but they're giving themselves like a short position basically throughout this process, and now they can cover that short position if they want. That's what it sounds like, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong. That's what it sounds like to me when I read that. I don't know. If I'm an idiot and I'm wrong, just tell me. But that's how I'm reading it. Because it says 20 million at the market, 30 million the forward counterparty's hedge position. So they gave it to themselves, basically. They took it. In accordance with the terms of sales and registration agreement, blah, 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 blah. December 6th, the company may also be entitled to receive an additional cash payment pursuant to forwards at the maturity of the forward, such forwards or a portion thereof, which is previously closed, may be up to the approximate 6 months following the completion of the hedge periods. There's no guarantee the company will receive any additional proceeds from the forwards. Blah, 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 blah. Let me just scroll through this. The rest of this is just whatever. So, yeah. So, I mean, if they did, even if they sold short 30 million shares, that's 30 million shares of buying pressure if they cover, like basically immediately. So, it may seem silly because it may seem like, oh, well, if they just were giving themselves a short position by selling them into the market, selling short the shares, it may seem really bad because you might think, well, they're counting it on it going down. But that's not necessarily true because they could exit those 30 million pretty quickly. Like AMC regularly does like 20 million or whatever in volume every day. So over the course of time, that could be a pretty substantial buy-in, especially if they did it early on here, you know, in these initial drops. And then this is where they kind of sold into the market the rest of them or whatever. Who knows? That's my ideas, but I'm obviously just spitballing ideas. It sounds like it because it says it's a hedge. So it sounds like, and it says it's the forward party's hedge. So it sounds like the forward party is Goldman. So it sounds like they opened a 30 million short position, and that was part of the agreement, I guess, that they were allowed to do that. And then 20 million were just sold as an offering for immediate cash. So that may sound really bad, but it just depends, you know, like if the operator is in this play and they know that Vanguard has, you know, a huge portion of this, obviously Goldman's aware of what everybody else's positions are. They may take it down and then use that as a buying pressure and go ahead and get out of their position. I was saying earlier, it's interesting because we were doing the measurement and I was saying like the drop here could be a pretty accurate indication of the reaction. And that's very commonly the case, but I always think about it as like, it's probably just a short covering from all the selling pressure. This is how the stock is being manipulated to get it to a level they want to get it to. So you overshoot the level. It's like that 50-50 is like a opening of a short position, instigating more sell-off, and then covering the short position. So this kind of becomes like honestly, like a bear trap in some ways, potentially. And it's very mechanical, and I think that's why these levels are, when we do those triangulations, they tend to work. But does not suggest to you like what we saw here. I mean, it's essentially the exact same thing. And the reason why the quote-unquote 50-50 S-curve works so well when you have these waveform triangulations, like we're going to come back here later, it's essentially like positioning yourself 50% away from the middle, countering the opposite 50%. And we see this all the time in the market. Like, it's all over the place. The same thing happened back here, and this was also an offering. Remember? Like, and we talked about how this drop, if you take a look at it, this drop matches the exit. It's like the offering was given, and then it was probably covered here. And all of that kind of builds out to a lower level. It's a way of kind of like whipsawing around a level. I guess I'm not qualified enough, or I'm not able to see enough information to confirm that that's the truth, but I can't really imagine why else this would happen so mechanically, and why this is so consistently the case is beyond me. It doesn't make any sense. And it works on so many different time frames that I'm like, how could it not be somewhat true that that's what's going on? Even if it's not an offering, even if it's just like I'm opening short positions down and then I'm closing short positions up. You have to imagine like this short position here exiting here, and like this short position here exiting here. It's like really mechanical, right? And this short position here exiting here, and so on and so forth into the top. And that's the way I kind of see it. And it's like every one of those is kind of exiting at like whatever percent gain they've made here. It's like every one of these is like 20% gain in the end. You would think that, I'm going to use this on the bottom. It's possible that every one of those positions, in theory, I'm just doing a 4, for example, but every one of those positions is also sold portions of that position are sold low here, and then portions of that position are sold here. Like the entirety of the lower position, the lowest possible position at 3 is sold here, potentially. And then every other one is sold down in accordance. So like that could make sense too. So it's a little more like a web where you're selling all 4 here to some degree with all of 100% here, maybe 75, 20, 10 or something. And then the next position up, you can sell a certain position, all of the rest of these 330s here, so that you always are selling at least 20% gain. It's pretty smart, actually, because it's a way of like controlling the stock price without causing like a massive disruption, and essentially you get like a wave of equal parts, nearly equal volume, I would suggest, down. So that could be very well what we see here. Goldman may not hold on to this short position for very long at all. They may be exiting as we speak. And that's what we're seeing here, is that short volume buyback, like covering of those positions. It would also explain why this is so mechanically like built out to kind of get you back to the same levels. So what does that mean, Booksy? Does it mean we're going to take off? I think it means that I'm kind of right about the nature of this, which is, you guys are like, of course you are. Of course you were going to say that. Well, I mean, it is what it is. it does make me feel like I'm somewhat right about the nature of this move being what it is that you would need to see it after this. Let's say this offering is done. There might be an extension up. It looks like this extension right here, sort of like there was presently, but that's a possibility. But then you would need to see it build out an accumulation after that move here. Yeah. So, all good. Oh, we're back to 695. Yeah, I'm kind of liking Wolf at these levels. I might enter position. I like this potential here. Really not liking NU at all lately. I've told you guys yesterday I was kind of like getting tired of the massive drops. It just keeps flushing. So maybe part of that is to keep that volatility from just getting hiked up, just kind of walking it up, stair stepping it up. Not my favorite. Yeah, I think I had Doge on this screen. Doge is already out. It broke out. So yeah, it should be heading up towards 48 cents. I don't see why it would stop here for very long if it's going to go. This is kind of the last, you can see right there, it's the last like drop zone. So the rest of this should be a leg up to, even if it comes back a bit to like 38, it's possible. Whether that happens or not, it should come right back up to 48 to the top. And then we'll see from there. Yeah, this held, it built out. This would just need to hold and build out. It looks good. And then after that, it should be going up to all-time highs again. But, you know, as anything in the market, there's really no telling what exactly that looks like. It could take a minute. Could be really fast. I mean, I could go through and mark every single level and make a determination, but it'd probably be better just to wait. If you haven't already invested in it, you could try to get in at like 40 cent if it comes back down, but it's basically like at a place where if it's gonna go, it should just hold here and then take back up to the top. As mentioned just a minute ago, Doge is one that once it makes this wave and breaks out, I think it's just going to go. So it's a matter of this guy right here. Worst case scenario, I suppose, would be some kind of a major like backup up top. And that's not really a bad scenario. It's just, it is what it is. Like you could have a potentially like an SOS with a backup right here. That's possible. And then it goes again. That's totally reasonable. It doesn't really make a huge difference either way. I am bullish on it up to the all-time high and maybe up to $1.40. I think we talked about this before, but it potentially goes very, very, very high here. So could be a massive, massive move. XRP just hit all-time high yesterday. That's interesting. As I looked at XRP and we looked at that chart and said that it, oh, that's XP. Wrong thing. Said it once it crossed 180 or 184 or something, that might be a good buy-in. And, it stopped a little bit. I don't know. I don't remember where my chart was, so that's not helpful. But long term, there was a channel that had been created that seemed most accurate to me. And that channel was pretty easy to see. don't remember exactly where it is. I think it was this guy, and then that doesn't seem quite right. I remember it was like the distance here was exactly the same as the channel, which was fascinating. Yeah, but I said it was like a 400% move or something. That seemed likely. That still seems about right. So this was like the distance of the channel, like the height. If you look at the height of the channel, it was the height of this move here. It was like measured out. So yeah, maybe 700. And I think we said it might get up to 1 trillion when we first did it, because I'm looking at it now, I'm like, I don't know where that came from, but because it doesn't look like it goes to that high. But maybe what we did is we made this a little bit steeper, which would probably change it to like 1 trillion, like that. But either way, about the height of this move from the bottom is correct. Yeah, that's a really steep estimation, but it works because if you look at the halfway point, it is right where it needs to be at the all-time high. And I think that's as good as you're going to get for something like this. So yeah, for whatever it's worth, probably could go to at least 675, maybe even up to 1 trillion. That's about as far as I would take it. You're in the market cap chart. I'm in XRP is what I'm in. Probably charted the price. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing here. I mean, if you use a different chart, use a different chart, but apply it to whatever you want to apply it to. Crypto charts are strange on here because you can pick out different ones, but yeah. I'm not using a crypto service here. I'm using TradingView. So if I go to XRP and look at it, you can pick XRP USD. You can pick XRP USD through different services. Binance is one that people often use. I don't think the chart's going to be dramatically different. This one looks a little different. This obviously doesn't have like huge numbers, right? Simpler, perhaps. But the idea here is the same. You just take the length of the move. It should work out to be about the same. And that would be about halfway, and it is. And this would go up to like 14. So similar idea, different chart. So I would suggest to you that this particular setup, and this one's weird because of that bizarre looking drop. I don't know what that is. Well, I don't know where my lines went, but that's just me being me. So, because I just didn't keep track of them. So I would suggest that somewhere between these 2 points at 4.8 and 13 is probably where we see some distributive action. So, you could have like a little bit of a headbutt and then come up and then come back down and do some choppy business and then come up again and so on and so forth. Like it should form another top region up here. So if I were drawing it out as a series of, I wouldn't use this peak, I'd probably use this peak. But if I draw it out as a series of ranges, that's kind of what it should look like, assuming that it does go like that. And this makes sense because if you were to come back later, assuming this chart is, a good chart, if you were to come back later and and come back down, the creek's going to be pretty high up. You know, so you would come back down into, you know, potentially down to here at some point in the future, if it came back down at all. You can see clearly this area did never really come back through, except for this weird thing, didn't come back through the previous high. So again, it just kind of depends. This also extends way beyond. So if there was some kind of like massive extension here, then maybe that's where we see a deviance. I don't see any kind of reason to overthink it. Just keep it simple. It could go from 3 to 14 pretty quickly. But I imagine it would get hung up a little bit at 5, and then maybe get hung up a bit around the 8s before doing anything else. Whoa, nasty little drop on AMC, puts it back underneath the 365 floor. So it looks like your Friday Warriors are definitely at odds with everything else here. Like heavy volume on that sell candle. This is a 2-hour chart. So this candle is about to be done on the 2-hour. This is going to be like a big inverted hammer on the 2-hour. So it's ugly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It needs to come back above here. It just kind of stopped. I don't know what happened exactly, but there probably was like a wall. And once they got all the buyers out, they dropped it back down. Doesn't mean a whole lot long term, unless this just can't hold, you know, any kind of trend. But short term, it certainly looks like it broke down here. There's a creek, so it may rebound. But I don't like that look. You know, I don't like the look of that. The volume on this bottom is fine. This is fine. I like that there's high volume here and not in the top itself, but it is higher than average lately volume. And in the end, the more important thing is, does it kind of hold or does it go beneath the creek locally? Yeah, I don't know. Arcs are okay as estimations. It really, to me, just looks like it's coming back to get this gap here. So there's a closing price at 358, and then the low was 361. So the wicks, don't let it deceive you. Yeah, on like higher time frames, there's probably no gap. Or there may not be a gap, but there is a gap there, like for sure. Go down to like 1 minute, probably see it. Even that makes it difficult to see. Anyways, 358, there's a gap, so it's basically what's called a throwback. Now the good news is, possibly good news, is that this did come back down, and this has a solid floor here. There's a lot of hits on it. So one positive would be, even if it did come all the way back down, this has been a pretty strong floor. Negative being, of course, that this did break a trend to get there. I don't know. We'll just see how it goes today. I don't want to jump to conclusions right here because you just never know. It's a really steep back up. Could easily come back across, you know, fairly rapidly. We don't know. And that changes the game. So else might we be going? Well, this maybe attempt to kind of bring it back down to this creek, which actually would not be that bad. We haven't talked about the ascending accumulation in a while. I don't really love that one for other reasons. Whoa, this is like backwards in time. Probably because I charted it on a different time frame. That ain't right. Nah, I wouldn't suggest we get over 6 today. I think we could be maybe at like 393 if we're fortunate. As it stands, I think there's going to be a great amount of interest in trying to keep it at like 350 just because it's closer. And option sellers are notorious for stuff like that, so they don't want stuff running into the money. If we hit 4, my guess is we peak above it and then don't return back to it. And we actually close under it. That's my guess. Could this be like a double flush? It'd be a massive one. Yeah, you could successfully get yourself to 4 if it does take a double flush approach here. Big if. You know, price action's never set in stone. We don't know what we don't know. $71.9. Maybe. So timing-wise, what would this perhaps mean? Well, again, it's sort of dependent on your point of view about whether you think this is even really likely. It just could be that we just needed to shift it over a bit. That the run up on Tuesday might be great. Might be a really big run up if this is what you still think is going to happen. And I still think it's very likely, but maybe we don't hit 4 until like very close to the end of the day and then bleed back down through away from max pain or something like that. Yeah, who knows? We'll get there when we get there. Something like that. The double flush, if it does come down and build out and go again, does support it. Make no mistake. There's a pretty decent chance here. Yeah, based on this angle of ascension, I would suggest that there's a decent chance this is still aiming high, at least to 380 here. And this reminds me a bit of that double M with the drop that we talked about for GME. So, yeah, I'm worried it's going to get stuck at 350 though, instead, if it doesn't cross up. This is your double M right here. So this is the middle, right? And then you got another double M right here. So the issue is if this can't hold the cross up here and advance, then what typically happens is that you head back towards the middle. Like it is often a triangulated point of interest. This is very different. You guys are like, this is super different than what you were talking about this morning. Yeah, I know. It is really different. And normally that's coupled with like either a widening or a narrowing, and I'm not seeing that right now. I don't see a widening or narrowing here, so it's strange if it does that. It's a very strange setup. But that would give credibility to this kind of early, these kind of early dips that we kept getting. Yeah, maybe a desire to get back down to 3.5, get it under 350. For the week. Kind of ugly, but interestingly, I wouldn't even put it there. If this did back up, I'd probably put it pretty darn low. I might say it comes really far backwards. And you got to remember, this is like a ever evolving thing. I'm not saying it's going to do this. I'm suggesting that there's a couple creeks here that it could hit. Maybe 350 is more reasonable. That one seems reasonable. That would still be pretty strong, because if this broke out and held the middle creek here, I think you could just re-advance pretty fast. I don't think you need to have a lot of fanfare about it. That could even happen today. And that could happen now, or it could happen down here at 3.5. Could be over here on Monday if it chops at 3.5 the rest of the day. Tuesday, excuse me. You know? More about the level, less about the timing. The more dangerous drop is this one, because obviously that's a really big throwback. I would venture it's not the end of the world even then, because it's probably going to be some kind of retracement levels there. Yeah. So right now we've done about a 30% retracement here, a little below the 236. So 382 and the 0.5 certainly support the idea that we could chop low today, you know, and not advance, and just kind of sit around 3.5. That's certainly a possibility. And that's a 50% retracement, so pretty easy to see that happening. It doesn't really negate the targets in mind after that, though. So then the rest of it would still be the same. We would just shift it over, because those targets don't dramatically change over time. They would just be like, maybe if anything, like slightly higher, things like that. So I don't think it's random at all. I think it makes sense. A lot of times we come to the bottom of the gap and we can't go forward. The bottom of the gap acts as a supply zone, so I don't think it's random. I mean, it is a weird number, but yeah, I mean, there's like a number of things that could happen here. I don't feel like one is standing out. Over the others. So this is the only triangulation I have to the upside. And I don't want to be that guy, but we've talked about these pivot points and how sometimes they actually represent bottoms if you go the other way. So if the market doesn't like it and it doesn't go towards it, this may actually represent like a middle of a wave low, which is what it looks like here. So I know that's not helpful, but it is a possibility. So it doesn't help you make a perfect determination of what to do. But it's a possibility that this is a low push reaccumulation, and then it breaks out, and this is kind of the center mark of that reaccumulation, right around a couple hours, hour and a half before close. Might be like your low point or close to it. Good chance to buy in if you're bullish. Buy back in. And in reality, you know, I don't think this is enough time. This is only 2 days. But in reality, like, that looks pretty good for continuation. Like a wave 1, 2, and then 3 makes sense to me that might happen that way. And then the hard and fast triangulation of this would have to be some kind of a quick M cross early in the day before like noon that then takes off. So I've got an hour and a half on my clock till noon. So you'd have to see some kind of an early reaction here that then holds higher and pushes out. I'm not really sure exactly how this would look, but it'd probably look a lot like a head and shoulder, to be honest. And then instead of like actually dying, it builds back out. It doesn't break through the bottom. It goes back out to the upside. Something like that. Little white coffee in bottom there. Something along those lines. This is all theory, but it's based on this trajectory down right now that we have. That's all we have. We have one trajectory up, one trajectory down, and we have a creek, and that's it. We've got another creek here that broke. You could use that as an anchor for like a middle wave. So that's what I was trying to do here, was say like, well, maybe if the middle wave comes across, this comes down to like 350. That makes sense that we would camp at like 3.5. That sort of suggests that this creek might be a bit low. I should be using this takeoff here instead. A little bit higher up. And that we might create a liquid center of sorts around 355 for the day. But that wave would then later, when you break back up, be met with an additional cross. So this becomes like the middle anchor. And that happens all the time in the market. It's not particularly unique. But if you look at 3.5 Friday and you look at a 50-50, pretty much gets you to where you want to go on Tuesday. You know, you can get there. So it's possible. And shorter term, if we get that turnaround here, and I'm not looking at any indicators or anything. So, you know, we might be willing to sit here and like look at something like a 6 minute. If it reverses and holds high, it might be good to go. This looks a little like that double top 1, 2. You see the deviation on the 6 minute coming down. It's a little weak. Again, I don't think this affects the greater targets. I just think this is like a localized pullback. Yeah, it needs to chill out a bit. It's already come down. This is like an up thrust. So we'll see. You got one chance here, and if it can hold, it should be healthy still. If it holds this creek low, I think it's fine. I would not be concerned at all. I might come back later in the day and do a late stream today. If you guys want to join me again this afternoon towards the close, I'll probably come back and do a late stream. I'm not going to stream way much longer because I got other things I got to get done today. Got an animation project I'm working on. So, let me go back, scroll through here. Oh, Marty. How's your brother doing? I don't know, man. He's okay. I have to call him up this week. He got his doctor's visit done, and they said it looked good. Like he was showing early signs of remission, which is a pretty huge deal. Considering, like, I know what it is. It's not a good thing. But he's on like this experimental. It's not experimental. It's FDA approved, but it's like a new medicine, it's brand new, just FDA approved last summer. So is it good? Yeah. That it's working? Yeah, but it's still pretty early. I mean, he just started taking it like in November or something. So you never know. It's still a little too early to tell anything. My goal has been to try to make some extra money so that I can help him out financially. This is all I can really do right now. So, yeah. Food and Drug Administration. Well, he needs it. If he didn't have it, there's nothing else for him. It's not a chemo reactive cancer, so he can't do chemotherapy on it. So he doesn't have anything else. So it's like if he didn't have it, he would be on the clock right now. I'll just say that, because there's nothing else. the nature of the cancer is spread far enough to certain parts of his body that like if this doesn't work, he doesn't have anything. Like, he's probably going to pass away in like the next few years. So it's pretty serious. And he's a young guy. He's younger than me. So yeah, so I'll take it. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but you know, in with whatever we got to try it. So I've known a lot of people who've battled cancer, and I'm sure you guys have too. And everybody seems to be affected by it at some point in their life. It's a mixed bag of results. But I'm thankful that we live in a time where there's something there available to him. And I don't really remember what it's called. I'd have to ask him again. But again, in his particular case, if he didn't have it, I don't think he'd have anything, which is saying a lot. So the timing of it could be very miraculous for him. Yeah. Yeah. But they come out with all kinds of stuff all the time, and I think with a lot of times with cancer, it's like the newest thing is almost always the best thing, which would make sense. So maybe there would have been something else that he could have used, but it didn't sound good. Yeah. Okay. Well, NU is starting to look committed to its move. Wolf has come down, flattened out quite a bit. I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of it. I suppose if I thought this was going to have a downturn, I'd say it's probable that it happens soon. Just based on those candles on the daily. Look, an indecision candle right there. Could be a top. I'm really liking NU right now. It's pushing, finally. I think it's going to go for the gap at 1170, so that's good. I wish the options would kind of do something good, but they're not moving very much. It's that bid and the ask are just too far apart from each other. If you played shares on this, you probably did very well. So my lesson has been learned with NU for the time being. I'm not going to trade a bounce short-term contracts again, because that didn't work out. This is just ridiculous. Like, nobody wants to buy them for more than like 2 pennies, which is just ridiculous. Like, they're going to be in the money basically, before no time, and it's like, come on, man. Let me just exercise some of them. Let it be what it is. My AMD calls 122s are up 34% on the day. They're still down 4% on the whole, which is interesting because I bought them really low and yet they've lost value. And I think that's just a matter of theta probably decay and the delta not picking up as much as it needed to on the push. It is what it is. And I don't really see any reason to doubt that. From what I'm looking at here, it doesn't look great. I've got to be as honest as you can be, in the market when you're trading stuff. So even though it's pumped up to near my price and the strike, it's basically there, 122 strike. You take things as they come in the market. This looks like a second push that's sort of struggling to show itself as strong. I like that the volume is higher than the first big push here. And if it holds up and continues, I wouldn't have any issues with it. The big thing that drew me to this trade was the daily. The daily looked really solid. It looks like the OBV's curling up finally as well, decently. But it was mostly the daily on this massive structure, not the bottom. The bottom here is fine. It's fine and well. It's decent. It's more of like just a gentle rise on the bottom, but it's the bigger structure on like 4 hour on the RSI, and then MFI finally got oversold yesterday, which is the volume weighted RSI. So this is a weird trade because I felt like it was a pretty sure bet that it was going to do this move. And the longer it goes on, the more I'm like, meh, it may just be ill circumstance, but the setup didn't really have like the conviction that I was hoping it would have, and IWM did. It was a very similar setup, just kind of popped, and just had really strong volatility. This is looking more or less weak, volume dropping off, looks a little like a narrowing, and I don't know, man, like the rest of this looks pretty good to me. Like it looks like it's geared up, but it's just not quite going yet. So I like this on the daily. I like that this crossed up and over. But that volume is definitely king in a lot of ways. And that volume looks suspect still. See, this looks good. It's almost like an ice climber or something, like you're waiting to see if they're getting the cleats in. They keep slipping down. You're like, are you going to get these cleats in and like just hold the position and just make that advancement? Or are we just going to keep trying and failing to advance, which really looks very weak? And so I'm not sure yet. Kind of there, kind of not there. Look at this flippin' OBV. Like, what even? What is going on? Unbalanced volume on this daily chart is crazy. Super compressed. Pretty much 1-to-1 with the price, though. So, I mean, there's that. Makes it easier, I suppose. Unfortunately, it'd be nice if there was a little bit of a divergence to talk of here. There isn't. And this clearly has room to go up, but it hasn't yet made that move. Curious, though, because, again, the on-balance volume is still pretty low, and I think I was looking at this going up to like 156 maybe in the future. My contracts are for January 31st, so if it happens to crap out and go down into January 31st, which was kind of what I was thinking it would do, then we'd be in big trouble because I really wanted to get out on a pop to like 125. I guess losing like a few bucks isn't like a big deal. Like in this particular situation, it's not the end of the world. It is what it is, right? You made the trade, it didn't work out, you just take what you can and go forward. But I still think this is really in need in some ways of just kind of that breakout. So, I don't know. How reliable was the OBV in terms of... It's pretty reliable. That's pretty good right there. In terms of a wave, that's pretty solid. So let's try this one. I'm not sure where I would do that from, though. Can't really use that. You'd have to use this guy. That doesn't really help, so it's not the halfway. Oh, what about the other way? What about down? Yeah, pretty solid directional influence there. It's not perfect, but if you use it in combination with what you visually see as like a center, like this clearly is some kind of a resistance. right there, and then it crosses up and over. You could use that bottom, and it gives you a really simple defined. So the idea of it being like perfectly in the middle is based on wave structure, but we know that waves in the market aren't perfect. They don't tend to be like perfectly one-to-one. So that's a challenge. So you're kind of guessing like, oh, I'm using the first point. Well, I could use the first point or the second point, right? Really, you're just looking at kind of where that middle of that wave is. So on this one, it looked more like that first point. This one, maybe the first to the second. You just use both. And then you see if there's an adequate middle, and it looks like this is probably it. And that's probably a better way of doing the estimation. It's just an estimation. Average on the middle. Is there a connection? Yes, there is. Does it look like it could be breaking out in the future? Yeah. Thus far, it's been a bit weak, so this angle looks about the same. 5.7, 6.8. Just using like a 5.7 seems about right. So it's the same as the other one. What about this guy? Maybe, you know, I don't know if these are always going to be parallel. If this is a really clean, even paced channel and it's kind of like boom, 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 everything is evenly spaced, and this sort of is. I feel like these double tops are all kind of evenly spaced. The bottoms even look semi-evenly spaced. They're pretty close. It's a pretty even channel. And these probably are parallel. Oopsie. So this might give us a good estimation for, yeah, potentially where that ends up. So this is like, it's kind of debatable too. 8, 7. 8 is steeper. Just copy and paste it. Oh, you can't do that. I forgot. You can't do that for some reason on the these charts. They'll paste it some random place. All right, that's pretty close. So there's a good chance that this hits where we think it's going to hit. This is correlating to that other angle of intersection here, right around March. So it's a little ways out. It's not an instant move. And you can see that previously, even though this didn't even come to the bottom, it took a little time to come back up. So the initial breakout probably leads to about the halfway point, which again kind of makes sense. So you should be about halfway through the channel, roughly, assuming that this works well. This is really low. Well, that gives me a chance to sort of triangulate that. Here, here. Let's just do it. Kind of fun. These should be roughly estimations of where those intersections are. We create a little bit of like an Argyle pattern here, but if we're right about it, then we're right about it. I think this is a little off. That's kind of wonky. This kind of implies it's like way out here somewhere. But that's okay. That's still like the middle. Let me try it backwards. Actually, I don't know, man. That's like pretty perfect. So I wonder why it didn't work the other way. Why is it off? Maybe it's off because this is off. If this is higher than I drew it, could be slightly off. Sort of implies that this is where the middle should be, like the bottom. Oh boy, what are you doing, Booksy? I don't know, just doing stuff. It might be a widening. Maybe that's why this looks wonky. It's not quite right. Should be able to tell by using that. Yeah, so there's kind of a 25% marker that this might be catching on. I think that's why this isn't looking quite right. Something was a little off with the angles, and I was thinking like it's either a widening or I'm just not drawing it right. And I think that it's neither. I think this is just like the middle of the wave, so it's deep, and this is like the second M. So 1. And then you get the middle of the wave often is very deep, and then you get the 2, 3, and then 2, 3 decides whether it's going to go or come down. So that's probably what we're seeing in that this is like 2 different sets of parallels. So it's not adding up to give us a really perfect bottom here. It's close. We see how close this is here versus the other one. This one's lower. That's because this goes to a lower bottom. So I think that's the main reason why this is kind of wonky. More than likely. It's not so bad that it's not usable. It's still like really neatly closed. Like the difference here is pretty negligible. It just implies that you're entering a bottom, and this is like an overextension really to some degree. And it's still like fairly accurate in terms of a wave. If you were doing like a forward projection on this, let's see, the peak here is actually there. It's still a little early anyways. But we can take like an average of them. Yeah, it's still the same. I mean, it's still about right. Which makes sense, because I did use parallels, so that would give you about the same results. Somewhere around early February, there's a window here. That seems very likely where that peak is going to be. Well, this is confirming the current trajectories upward as pretty close to viable, and then definitely this guy, which we said was probably going to be accurate. An accurate trajectory forward. Maybe more accurate than just the craziness I'm doing over here on OBV. But just like in the price action, this is more of a representation of that wave tangent and where that middle intersection may occur. It's not necessarily going to be right there, but where it might occur. And I think that gives me a sense of continuity. Because if I look at this carefully, I'm like, well, surely it has to break this trend, and that's true. And it also has to break another trend here on OBV, which is actually steeper. So the trends that are being broken up high are very likely going to correlate to this trend that's breaking here. So the expectation would be that this would probably come up, break out, and have an early breakout. and then perhaps chop for a bit until it comes back to here. And I mean, the way this is gone is it's kind of pushed up and then like boom, boom, boom into a top. So maybe like a widening of sorts into a top motion. Something of the sort. Timing wise, that's probably as best as we can do. The only other thing I can suggest is perhaps, again, just to help, what we're really doing is we're kind of giving ourselves a picture of how quickly the on-balance volume traveled with the price action from bottom to top. So that's the first. So it took like 71 days. And that is the creek jump. So if you look carefully, that's the place it hopped over. Hit that bottom, and then it takes off. To me, it looks a lot like this, where it came down and it piddled out, and then it just broke out and went up high. So maybe we're going to get something similar. It's a bit different in terms of the price action, though, because the price action obviously looks farther ahead than that, but the OBV looks a lot like this. That's interesting. The price action and the OBV. Yeah, that doesn't look the same. I would have put it the other way, like this motion is about to happen here and then break out. But it hasn't already jumped, so who knows? Doesn't have to be 1-to-1. It's just an idea. It's still a good practice to try. So let me go back here and look at something real quick. So this did create kind of a setup for parallel structures. On balance volume did not give you an indication that this was the high, though. It was just there. It was clearly in the on balance volume chart, but that's honestly, it's already turning down when the on balance volume's coming up. So, and then this would be like a weakness as this dropped low, which it was accurate. It did come down later. So this one, if it's stronger, it is assuming a very similar structure to the upside. Yeah, this was a pretty commonplace angle. This seems to be about right. This 35, whatever. I mean, it is what it is because I drew it that way, but you can do it however you want to do it. 35.8, I think is what it was. 35.9. Ugh, I can't get it back. It's close enough. Yeah, that looked pretty good. So, yeah, same deal. This hits early and would suggest that maybe the OBV gets there late to the party, when actually the intersection may be a little sooner, more like early February. Still, not a bad trade setup if it can manage to break here. I feel like it's pretty close, but it's also got a couple more days, maybe Tuesday. It could easily have another pullback. There's plenty of space to come down too, which is something to consider, but OBV's already tested low. It's not divergent on the daily. It's only divergent on like RSI. And I think the MFI on this one, yeah, was coming up, starting to turn back up already. So, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. The goal here would be to probably set up into earnings on the 4th. So the 4th is like the halfway point. Yeah. I was thinking it might come lower. If it comes lower and the OBV is higher, it's very bullish. Again, that would be divergent, but it is possible I'm wrong about it ever coming down again. Got really close to that bottom. Maybe it just doesn't get it all the way. I should probably have somewhere in my schematic a idea that comes above. So I suppose, excuse me, by the way, sneezed in your ear. I don't think it would look very exciting if it came above. It'd probably look pretty much the same. My guess is if it broke out, it would come back to about the 50% marker, which is here. So it's kind of like the same thing I've already drawn out, but it would be faster here, and then it would chop low. And then after that, it would probably rally much the same way. Like that. So the only real difference is just not coming down, but jumping over. I believe it. I mean, it seems possible either way. It'll be easy to tell. Is this obviously is going to happen or not happen on Tuesday? I doubt it's going to be today. And then if it breaks on Tuesday over 127, I think we're going to go ahead and hit that acceleration here and get up to the top. This is an imaginary line. It doesn't actually exist yet. But I think we'll go back up to this gap. And then I think we'll probably get to it and then retreat away from it. That's a guess, but I think that's what probably seems likely here. And what seems most likely to me is we would get to it and then retreat away from it, going into earnings. Just chop through here, especially if there's like a gap up on Tuesday. So it's not a bad setup. I mean, the worst case is that it doesn't go now and it just chops back down, or it pops a little bit, maybe to 125, the bottom of this gap, doesn't fill it, and then retreats. And I guess if that's the case, I'm out and back in kind of thing later on. I don't know. I don't really like the volume on it, but I've already said as much, so we'll find out. It's leaving a whole lot of holes. I don't know AMD much as a chart in terms of its history with gaps. So I'd have to go back and see, but there was a gap left open at 116 that never got filled. Are there any other major gaps that didn't get filled? There's nothing here. This all got filled. 2023. No, that got filled. There's one way back here at 65. That didn't get filled. Okay. It's not even like much of a breakaway either. All right, so there are some gaps that just don't get filled. This one's done, I guess. This went to 116, so this one did get filled. So I don't know. The only other one that's not filled is like way down bottom. So I would venture that these probably do fill. Which is kind of what I had at first. I pulled this back down, but maybe this is like up and sideways. I mean, it could always happen much later, like way later. If it hits 150s, it could still come back down later on. I mean, if we're forming a bottom here and this wave is the second M or the third M, whatever you want to call it, 1, 2 on the right side, if it doesn't advance, then it probably comes down anyways to do some kind of a, like more of a Wyckoffean setup. This would be like a regular chart from that point forward in terms of that material. Maybe we get like an auto reaction here that goes pretty far fast, and then it comes back down and kind of bottoms out a bit. That could be like an auto reaction and a phase B top, and then that would make sense according to what we were thinking might happen at earnings, and then it goes up and a phase B top comes pretty high, and then the rest of it is like a long, boring phase B that just kind of stays within this big range for a while. Technically, it doesn't have to go that high yet, but I think it would. So we probably end up with like a phase B bottom here at some point, and then it would like break out and then go into like a potential spring action. And that's where it finally gets low. And then if it rallies and comes back out, you come back above. You break this creek here, and then you break the bigger creek right after, and then it goes all the way back up. SOS, gone. Yeah, so something like this, long term. And I don't know about timing. It could be way longer than this, or it could be way shorter than this. But that's a reasonable expectation. If it's bullish. And then that gives you a really long-term flag. And ultimately, if it's bound to go up, usually I would suggest that the middle caddier here is going to be the most important. But I would suggest in this case, because if it does do this, it had broken down, it's first going to use this angle. And come up to like 200 or something like that. This will be a path back towards the peak, essentially. These peak values up here. Long-term path to get back. It could potentially already be in that if you think that this is the auto reaction and a phase B top, then this could be like a phase B bottom, albeit low. It could just pop and then spring back down and go. And that's certainly not impossible either. I guess my assumption at this point is because it's broke below, I think it's going to generate now a channel outward. And I don't see that second M shape. So there's the question mark there. But it is possible that this forms out and does just spring and go. But then again, it's kind of like, wouldn't you see that as the same exact thing? Probably. It wouldn't make any difference, you know. If it only goes to like 140 and then it comes back down, you would just be like, oh, okay, so it's just shallower, you know. It still looked like a Wyckoffean range down here. It's the same thing, just compressed. That's why I don't think there's any kind of like magical formula for perfect fractal analysis. It's all the same. It's just different time frames and waves. And how you want to interpret this versus this could be identical. You know? So, yeah, NU still chopping under 1160. It pushed over 1150, which is great. Has not gone further. with a long weekend ahead, I'd like to see these setups kind of finish out, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really care if it ends up at 350 today, personally, or if it ends up at 4 or somewhere in between. But if it backs up and it holds over 350 today, we should be in pretty good shape come Monday to make an advancement. And I think that's what we really want here, is just a solid chance at an advancement for Tuesday, excuse me. Yeah, I think by next week it'll be up in the 4s. Yeah, we looked at ACHR. We did that like last week sometime. Don't remember exactly which one I looked at it on, but Archer Aviation. Yeah, this is the one I said would probably be a good put play. We looked at 2 different things and we went through it all. And it's heavily divergent. Most time frames, there was not a strong enough indication that this was actually going to end bullishly. If it ends bullishly, it's going to jump back over 985 and hold, and then it's going to push potentially to 13s. But on the bigger picture, it just didn't really look like much of anything positive. Kind of looks like a massive, I wouldn't call it a distribution because that doesn't really do it justice. But there is a heavy amount of volume in this top. It needs to have, probably, in my opinion, needs to have a pretty big backup here to be considered like healthy. It may not come all the way back down to like 460, but certainly like coming back to about 550 makes sense. It didn't ever check that top. So I think there's a reasonable expectation here that this could come back down. It's already been overbought for a while. It's heavily divergent on this top, heavy volume on the top. Basically looks like it's in a position to start free falling if it drops. So I'm like of the opinion, I think we looked at this and like one other, that it forms a bit of a shoulder here. Like I thought probably still comes back up to near this top at 990, right? Maybe a series of up thrusts to get above 990, maybe not. Assuming it wants to check, I think it go as high as 11, and then it could be capitulating. So we did look at this the other day. Yeah. Well, and GME is kind of doing what's expected here, just piddling down, heading towards that weakness. I don't know. There wasn't much to expect here. I feel like if it rallies today, you might see something because this is uptrending on a lot of time frames. There's a lot more, but the volume is really kind of nasty here. It looks very low in the middle. It's kind of typical of like an S curve or what we call like that stiletto, that high heel and that dip. I do think whatever happens next, it's probably going to be a decent reaction back up first before anything else. But we haven't gotten confirmation of a bottom, so yeah, I'm not convinced this is done selling down. I like that hourly. It looks nice. I like that this is a bit divergent on the hourly. It's already crossed up and over. It's in that mode of like, it made the jump. Now we're going to see if it makes the pullback and how far it goes, and then it's going to be I think a pretty simple trade. Like should pop pretty far up to about 29, and then if it breaks 29, I think you're going to have that reaction further. It goes considerably farther, you know. But today and into this week, I was saying early this week, I thought it was going to try to press really last week. It was like Monday or whatever it was, it dropped. I said, I'm pretty sure it's going to drop down to near 25. It doesn't mean it gets there today. It doesn't have to be that bad. It's holding up pretty well, and the hourly looks good. Four hours oversold. That doesn't mean it can't go down further, but usually that's a good sign that it's at a bottom. Last time we were oversold was way back here, so we're getting oversold way high. It looks okay. Already below 27.62. My assertion that 25 was a creek hit and a likely backup was just a triangulation. It's not complicated. It's very possible we still go there after a bounce, because we could have a reaction up and then still come down again. But I mean, it is what it is. We don't know yet whether that will happen. But I mean, it's happened before on plenty of charts where you get a big reaction and then you try to come lower. GME's been holding up very, very well in that regard. It has not had as much issue in holding its levels as like AMC, for example, which tends to pop and then come down lower. GME does not have that problem as much. Does it look like that shallow S-curve? Yeah. But when I talk about that shallow S-curve, I usually look at that drop-off to the middle, and that generates 2 points of interest when you look at that. Because if it's a halfway point, then the rest of this is a push down to get to whatever you're going to get to, and then a reaction up. So that would be in support of like, oh, you go to 25, and then you react back up to 29, and then it potentially could break out. It doesn't have to be bad. I have it going low, but these are kind of like alternative views of the same thing. So it's important not to like overthink this. This could be wider, right? It could break out and kind of come wide. It doesn't have to be this narrow. So what I mean is this could be over here, for example, right? So that's one alternative, is like, oh, this goes all the way to the bottom and this is where it's going to react or whatever. And that would suggest that the bottom isn't in yet. It's at like 25.70 or something. That's where I'd estimated it the first time. But if it's a shallow S-curve and this happens and that stiletto ends abruptly and early, that jumps the creek early, this is typically what we see, is that it'll come back up pretty rapidly to hit a higher target, such as a cross like here where you've got that rise, or maybe this parallel down is a possibility, like as in like a head and shoulder, it would be like a reaction back up to there to $30, for example. So right now, you know, I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, it already did the up thrust. It's sold down. It's beneath that little sign of weakness ledge. It's definitely coming down to being oversold on the 4 hour. We should check the daily. Daily's got a long way to go, but this also hasn't been oversold on the daily in a really long time. Like even down here in April, it wasn't oversold. It was like coursing along that 31 bottom. So similarly, maybe the last time it was low, this low was back in September, which was like this previous bottom area right here. So it's like the RSI on the 4 hour. But I don't see any kind of divergence yet. There's nothing to speak of yet. I know, this chart's gotten really ugly. A lot of the things we talked about really are the same as they've always been in terms of levels. Like you need to come back up above 35 to have a chance at a good run here, and that's pretty far, you know? So you need to see that mechanical sort of 50-50 slingshot setup work out. And that's what we would be counting on. So it's a little bit like AMC in that regard. Like the structure is there. We don't know if we're going to take that structure, but it's there. I think it is there. But for now, I'm just kind of looking at basic auto reactions. That looks nasty on the weekly. I mean, it really looks like you could just dump forever. If you didn't see anything else and you just saw that cross down, you'd probably think it's going to go low. Because at the very least, you'd be looking at it again like a series of creeks, and you're like, well, last time we had some kind of, maybe this moving average, it'd be down here. You'd expect it to come down to like 40. And it was way lower on the weekly in April. So GME is in a bizarre position of, I mentioned it before, but it's like short term, I do think there's possibility for this pop, but long term, man, it's hard to argue that this is going to go again and just go. It really is. Like I could see it having something like crazy happen, but beyond that, it still looks kind of meh to me. Like it looks like it's ready to, you say whatever you want to say about it, I guess, but to me it looks like if it had a pop, maybe it goes pretty high, but then it would be ready for like another sell down. So I'm not sure as a result. Short term, I feel mixed. Like short term could have a nice big push still. Definitely looks like it's there. But long term, like really long term, I just don't see a strong case from a technical standpoint that it should be rocketing to the moon. You guys are, well, it's not a technical play, it's GME. I know it's GME. I know it's different in some regards. But I feel like a push to like from here to like 50 is a huge push. And if we think that's even possible, that's a big deal. And I think it's possible. I do. I think that it is possible. That it goes up between 45 to like 55. Maybe 43 to like 53. Different folks, different strokes. Depends on how you want to chart it. I think the widening and the nature of the build out, to me, it's pretty steep. So I think it's going to intersect here likely in February if it's going to go. I could probably draw it out to April or March, late March, if I do use this outer one. So it just depends. This blue one hasn't really been relevant for a while. I think this is the main wave here that we lost. This is top support, bottom support, and then everything else has been reaction away from that, right? So I still think this is the main trajectory. And I see it intersecting there around February, maybe into March, so that's me. The other one is kind of the one I just did here, and it's a fan, but it would be this one here. That one intersects the top kind of right at earnings in March. So if it's a pivot, then yeah, April. Down and then back up probably to April. It doesn't have to be that dramatic, but I kind of think the market, the way I'm seeing it is like the February 14th is still a really good target. A lot of people I've heard grumble towards me about the AMC stuff and not being bullish enough for your liking. But there was a lot of targets that I had found that were like mid-January to mid-February. They were not now. Like this was one of the earliest targets. When we did like that spread of triple targets that went up to like 29 or whatever, I don't have it on this chart, but they hit at 3 different intervals. And one was kind of now. The other was mid-February. It was like this region right here. And then there was another one like way off, or excuse me, it was, I'm like pointing to the chart, but not talking about the right place. It was like right here. And the other one was off here in like March or something. But there were 3 major ones here, here, and here. And so I had said like, man, I don't know. Like the first one's kind of a big ask because it was like, you're going to come down and then break out and just run right now. The others were late January to mid-February. So that still stands as a reasonable expectation, I think. This chart looks a little stretched out, but that's February 14th, 18th right here. And then if you look at GME, that intersection of that main trend to here is February 14th. And this is later on, obviously, in March. But I feel like that window is not bad. And when you're looking at upward momentum, that's kind of the direction it's going. So if you wait later, maybe it doesn't hit it right away, it takes longer. Well, maybe you have a chance you're going to go higher, you know. Cause and effect. Take more time to accumulate, go farther. We'll see. I haven't looked at WTO like all week. I've been following the price action on my own just to see like what's going on. It really is. This is like a tough one. It's all obviously it's a one that's well documented at this point as a risky play. We talked about it quite a bit. I don't know what this is. Arrows pointing backwards. Yeah, ideally this would have made a higher low and stopped at 30. Instead it came down to 28. So I'm not sure why we did that. This would have been the better picture here. So I'm not really liking that backup, but it is a, it is a penny stock. What are you going to do? I guess I had that red marker on the chart already because I didn't have that. We haven't charted it in a minute. Oh, they had an earnings. So, yeah, this would have been the ideal situation for the bull sign, and instead it's just bearish looking. I don't know what else to tell you. It just is. Comes down, hits a bottom right here, comes up, hits a new bottom, comes up, hits a new bottom. Just chop, 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 gets to this trend, I guess, which I had marked off earlier because I don't remember marking it off, but I guess I did. It seems an odd one. Like, why is that there? I don't know. Maybe I thought this was like the creek because of this hit and this hit, like the resistance and then the support before it took off. I'm not sure why I marked it off. But this ideally would have bounced and come right back up. So everything slumped lower than expected, and then now it's like struggling even to get back above this ice, which is just silly. It's an uphill battle for WTO for sure. Yeah, so that's not good. Wanted to see that ideal reaction. This would have been strong. This made a lower low, so it doesn't really tell me that it's broken. It just means that it's not as strong as it would like it to be. This did come lower. Change of direction can still take place as long as this maintains a higher low from the bottom, not from opposite side. That's already gone. So if it holds now above 30 cents, you could still see it break to the upside and rally back towards maybe these gaps or whatever, in a similar fashion. But all the same, did it do what I wanted it to do? Yes and no. I think the last time I charted it was over here on the 7th. Because I remember we talked about, it was almost 10 days ago, because we talked about these 2 points. And then somebody mentioned that it came down and we just kind of looked at it for a second. So one of the important parts was that this would hold horizontally at 30 cents, but also that it would hold this midline here. Once this becomes support, there's a better chance that you're going to stay in this upper channel, which is still stronger. But I'm not convinced now that it's not going to try to push low again, because this was just not as strong as it could have been, I guess. Still, very likely it comes back to 38 cents if you want to swing it from 30 to 38. Probably not a horribly risky trade. Confirmation still at the same spot. It's still above here. It needs to break out of this trend. It looks a little lower now because it's taken maybe a minute down bottom, but it'd be around 40 cents. And then you could take it up pretty far from there if it can hold. Just word of caution, because this looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. It does look like an attempted distribution. So when I do the 1, 2, 3, 4, you guys remember, like, we talk about this every day. It's so backwards too, because this like went up first, then down. So I'm not sure. This may actually be the middle, and this may be like 3, 4. But usually, what I'm looking for is those creek crosses. So if you get those creek crosses, that's fine. It's fine to come pull back. You know, you can have a really deep pullback here as long as it's jumped those creeks. So right now, did it cross that middle creek? Yeah, it did it in a very dramatic way. I'm kind of ignoring, again, that directional move. That's so strange. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. It looks like 3, 4 on here, but I'm like, that can't be the middle. It's not the middle of the wave. It's like interrupting it just to get the flush. I'm betting this is 1, 2, and this is just 3. So anywho, as long as this holds above, I don't think it's a big deal. So sometimes these creeks are super, super low, which is the case now. I'm purposely ignoring that upthrust. But the next action needs to be like breakout. So I think the next M needs to cross up and over. If it does not, and it stops at like 37, it's the pinch point, and you don't want that. So that's like coming up and then stopping here and dropping back down. So it would be like another kind of compression, and then it could potentially drop down. And that's where you get into trouble, because it probably come pretty low. Back down to like the floor. We'd have to reassess. So like I'm saying, I think on the whole, I think that it's fairly safe to assume it tries to make, or we attempt at some point to make a push to 37. given how anemic these pushes are, I'm being very generous with these angles. It could be like a one and done kind of boom and then down. But I think it's reasonable to suggest that it comes up to 38 again. So yeah. I don't know. Kind of just is as it is. We've already talked about enough, I think. I mean, if it can hold 30 cents and break out again, probably a good chance it's going to pop to the actual creek here, which is up at like 34. I don't know what happens right after that. It's hard to say. But I think if it can hold this bottom, it'll push up to near 34. And then if it can hold that, maybe we'll get a second advancement up towards 38. But as it stands, this is really messy. I see a lot of weird things that don't look quite right. So I'm not really going to be able to judge it very well. It very easily could read as like a head and shoulder, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, so it's hard for me to judge. But the neckline is really low. It's at like 27. So maybe if you were going to say like, I don't want to be in this anymore under 27, that would probably be fair. I think at 27, you're talking about dropping real far, potentially. You're like, what about 25? There's a trend there. Well, rule of thumb on the head and shoulder is if it busts the neckline, which we've kind of already established might be around this red line, then the drop is roughly 51%, which is far. So that's farther than expected. You'd basically be bleeding back down into this lower range. So I don't want to lose that lower range. I don't want to lose the neckline. So you really want to maintain this area as support. And everything else is going to have to be like weird, quick, maybe swing tradey type stuff. You just got to pay attention to your position. I mean, you barely can even tell what's happening here with these bars. I don't usually do this, but I might even make it like a line chart so you can read it. That helps visually. Yeah. That's WTO. It looks like it came back to 28 cents, which is interesting for other reasons. I'm thinking about what happened down bottom. I think that was the floor. Yeah, it definitely has the appearance of a potential head and shoulder here. Last time we had something like this, it followed through and it broke down. So you don't want to see that follow through here and break down. Well, I guess we'll find out. All right, I think I'm done, guys. NU looks like it's trying to make that move up and over on the 4 hour, which is good. I think it just needs to get that get that close high here, and or maybe even push up to 1170. I don't remember what max pain is for it. Probably 1150. For IWM, max pain's at 222, which is still low, and we're sitting at 226. So it might close with a lot of options in the money, which makes sense. Maybe next week we'll get a pop. That was kind of what I was expecting anyways. For let's take a look here. And let's see what it does. Max pain was at 1150, so it may just chill out here. We'll see if AMC's changed at all. I think probably still much the same. It is. It's at 4. You never know, man. When we're below max pain like that, maybe a desire to drag it up later in the day. Don't count it out until it's done. Might as well check some of these others while I'm here. Yeah, AMD's above its max pain, which is 119. So it's high, really high right now. It's at 121. So we may be gearing up for a good Tuesday, I hope. I hope I don't have this completely backwards, but I really think that we'll probably have a pretty green Tuesday. Be really bummer if I had it completely backwards. But it looks like a lot of stuff is holding up pretty well. So max pain for GME is still 25. I wouldn't expect it to change on a Friday. I just don't know if anything changed yesterday. And max pain adjusts during the week, depending on what happens. It's very low AMC by comparison to some others that are really riding above their max pain level. Like everything I just checked is above its max pain. Even GME, which is red today, is above its max pain. So it just looks like the market was kind of like more bullish than bearish, at least for now. On SPY's nasty gap down. It's a good one to check out before we check out here. I'm going to take a quick look AMC short-term price action, just see what we're seeing. We're getting really close. I don't really expect much else here in terms of downside. 350 is not that far away if it does chill out at 350, but I feel like we've already talked about this extensively. Like, should have some kind of a bounce out motion. The first bounce here came low. It's compressed. Probably going to get a bigger reaction at some point, and then we'll see from there, because I don't see any kind of major reaction. And yeah, it could be an S curve, but to me, it's going to end up being like either a like a stiletto or something else. I don't think it's going to be a hyper dramatic double S curve or a double down, which would go really far. Nah, they're going to drop us. They always do on Fridays. That's not true. Not true. It really just depends. You're not wrong that on average they drop us down, but they definitely don't always drop us down. That's not true. We've had some really big, like 10% runs end of day Friday, but they're just very few and far between. They just don't happen very often. We've had some pretty massive ones. I don't believe that max pain is always the best indicator of where you're going to end up, but I've already talked about that. It's about sentiment, and sentiment tends to reflect how people are buying and selling. So there's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy in Max Payne, because if people feel that it's going to be at this price on average, then that probably means that everyone's going to buy and sell towards that end. And people use it, so they're going to use it. We know it's driven mostly by option sellers anyways, so it's not really like a question of supply and demand at that point on a Friday. But it doesn't take much if this has a breakout to see the hedging occur and start moving towards that $4 mark. It could potentially melt up. I'm not saying that's going to happen right now. I've already kind of suggested. I think this is okay as long as it stays the course. It could break out here. But you never know, man. I would not be surprised if we're back at like above 370. You know, this could happen a little earlier in the day and break out. We could be back above like 370 or something like that Friday. Be a little closer. So 330, that's really far. It's not impossible, but that's really far. You're like, no, it's not. It's like 20 cents away. Yeah, but in terms of the chart, I think it's pretty far. I don't think that's right. I think this is the trend here. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really have any major skin in the game today for like some kind of a massive move. I think the likelihood is there that something good happens, but I'm not sure. These angles aren't really supporting that either. No, I think it's okay. Just haven't seen it do much of a follow through yet on this, but I think it's a really rough estimation, so looks a little wonky. I don't know. Not everything is a channel either, so there's that. Pain. Well, so if it's a 50-50, then you drop here, and it does go down to like 342. But if it's a shallow S-curve, which I think is very possible, then I don't think we're going to see super low at all. I actually think we might even see it. It could be just sideways for one. That's easy enough to imagine. But let's take a look. Yeah, that's kind of like it right there. To some degree. So certainly like 340 is a possibility. There's like very little volume right this second. It's a 9% drop on the day. It would be a huge drop. But take into consideration one. It's hard to say. It's really small. That's divergent on a 3-minute. So like most things have like a double top, 1, 2. This is the same thing for like bottoms. Usually we talk about the cat ears. We don't talk about that. M shape is the same thing. So like, I'm not saying it's going to be mirrored out perfectly, but in theory, like there is an element of that is true often. And it's like, if you get that 1, 2 and the 1, 2, it might be it. I think when we see the S curve, we usually think that that's not likely because we think it's going to break through and we don't use that rotation. It's still kind of ugly, but this hasn't actually lost its creak. So tempting to say it's going to definitely dump, but I can't really say that right now. I don't know. I think 3.5 is just a really simple, easy target. So it's probably just sometimes the simplest thing is the right thing. Seems really likely going to be targeted here. I think it's going to pop up to 361. Or 360, thereabouts. And then I think we're going to have to wait and see what happens after that. I would imagine it's going to go up to about 360, and then because it's missing this back test, and this would be the place where it's the shorter term divergence would follow through more than likely, and then we'll have to wait for the rest. I would venture it's going to make that reaction and then drop again. And this time follow through on this bottom and head down towards, yeah. You can see the current angle of trajectory on this is like to end at 350 or 349 or something right here, end of day. It's clear as mud, right? So it could just chop continuously down, you know, but I think there'll be some alleviation and false hope or whatever. It won't be like straight down either. It'd probably come downward like that. I don't know. I think that's pretty likely. It's a bummer, but it is what it is. If this is a reversal, then after this push, you're going to make a higher high. You would come back above 362. And then once that happens, you wouldn't come back low again. it would stay higher and then build out and go up, something like that. You push the resistance and then you come back and find support higher, change of direction. But I'm not thinking that's super likely, so. I mean, it might end up high. It may not be right at 350 or something, but you never know. Just wait till we get there. Could build out a wedge, possibly. So if it goes down first, maybe we'll get like more of a wedge. But this is already a wedge, so who knows? Like, it already is technically wedging this way. So it's like, you can count it if you want to count it. I think that's pretty straightforward as a wedge. And we'll get a reaction on Monday. Hopefully back above 370. Yep. 367 is a 618 retrace backwards. So it makes sense. So it hits that. If it breaks out, you should be able to see it come back up at least to here, which is where it would need to be. So it's in the right spot. All right. What else? We had a request to do SPY, possible gap option if that happened. Actually, I'll put it on here. I haven't done SPY in a minute, so, well, this is like my crypto chart, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to see. ACHR, why does everyone keep saying that? I already checked it out earlier. It pulled back. Yeah, Wolf looks good. I wanted it to pull back. ACHR looks bearish to me, but I can understand the appeal. That was fun. Well, that ended up being correct. Reaccumulation in the right spot. Massive sell down, blah, 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 blah. It's kind of a flag, right? So probably just watch that, see if it breaks out. MPW breaking falling weekly wedge. It's already been out of that wedge. It just keeps going back towards that floor. So it struggles because it's not able to get out. MPW. It's just been one of those stocks that just does not want to move forward. I'm bullish on it short term. I think it'll go up to maybe near 5. But I'm not positive it goes well beyond that. It could stop like 450s or something. Similar, very similar numbers to AMC. So yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, the spread here has been widening. Volume is hyper volatile. But it's SPY. I mean, you do whatever you want to do on it. It does whatever it wants to do. I mean, the idea of it being overbought or oversold at this point is kind of silly. Usually, it stays overbought for a long, long period of time, when it's in a bull rally. But this thing's been rallying like nonstop, so I would suggest that it's probably just a backup here to come back to the creek and check that previous level at 567, and that's probably all you need to think about it, at least for now. Anybody with a head on their shoulder can look at this and say it's probably in some kind of a narrowing here long term, and that it is losing some steam because it's obviously not gonna. I mean, that came back and tested that floor and dipped slightly beneath it, so maybe there's a problem there. The rest of this just like a rising wedge. But it's the S&P 500. I mean, when we looked back at it, we thought it might be going to this middle to anchor itself on the middle. And you can see like that middle area is in contention right now. So I'll check it out. The that pocket would be a really huge break point for more than one reason. So right here you've got that. It's basically like it's the center of like a massive long-term S&P 500 channel. So if it broke out above 600 again, I would suggest it's probably going to be pretty darn bullish. Like you would see some kind of a major rally, probably to try again for new highs. Just keeping it straight, simple enough. And if it breaks out of that, again, I think it hasn't really come back to test this wedge. It tested low, so this concerns me because it kind of looks like a weakness. So there could be like a distributive action at play here, but it hasn't finished. It's still come back up to the top to finish if it's distributive. And that's where, again, you kind of hit these little pivot points and you have to make determinations of what you think is likely. Yeah, because if it came back through here and broke through there, it's lost its trend. It's probably going to go really far down. And then, oopsie, who knows? This could end up back down towards 500. Assume the lower trend over the course of the early parts of the year, sure. Going into like near summer, sure. But if it breaks out, I don't see why it won't go up to like 630 pretty rapidly. Should have hit this little pocket. So I'm not thinking there'd be a nasty gap down. I'm not really thinking any bits particularly bearish or bullish. It just kind of hasn't finished this up yet. I think if it gets above 600, it's pretty bullish. It's a bullish price action. I don't see why it would have some kind of a nasty gap down. Because this flush beneath the creek should lead to like an equal parts flush above the creek. That's usually the way it works. So if you see it that way, it would make sense that this should give you enough ammunition to push up above 600, and then just has to hold. Well, you can see the on-balance volume on the 4 hours trying to break out, which is good. It's starting to push right here. I wouldn't put a whole lot of emphasis on that. I'm just saying like that was an expectation. If it can get above, it may have that rally up. This has already had like a pretty major backup, so I think it needs to kind of have that secondary rally. If it's like what happened in 2020 for AMC, and it does end up having like another sell down afterwards, like if it comes up to like 560 and then comes down later, it's possible, right? We've talked about each possibility. This is going to be like a test zone right here, just like it is for AMC right now. Then I would expect this to rally to new heights. This should be like the highest it goes. So it'd be like a widening spread. And then it's going to, after that point, after that widening, when this dumps, this should be like the lowest. It should come back to probably where it was here if it's going to do it. If it does it right that way. Otherwise, if it can hold here, I think it's going to just go. Probably head all the way back up towards, again, looking at like mid-February, there's an earnings report here on the 20th. I think it's possible that it heads up. And it may rally at that one. You know, that could be the one that sends it. It's already in the mid-February range. Back up towards 10s. But if not, then I'm really not expecting a whole lot from this for now. I think if it's not that, then it's a really long-term hold because it's probably not going to move until late this year, unfortunately. That's just my thought on it. So, thank you. I'm going to be heading out too, so yeah. So did it already break the wedge? Yeah, I mean it broke it. It did break out. It did not hold that wedge breakout. It came back and reset. So, you know, mixed bag, mixed signals. Hasn't come back above the next one either. It's just a lot of volatility in these pumps, and they're not really showing me much on most of these indicators. Are just kind of whatever. Like, it looks really bullish if you just look at RSI and like MACD, for example. This looks ridiculously bullish to me because it's been uptrending since, you know, back here in October. I mean, it just looks like it's ready to melt up to the 5s. But for whatever reason, it just hasn't been able to take off. And it's a heavily shorted stock. So my guess is that it's going to be kind of a one and done type deal where it just has like a mass. That's what these are. It's just like one big mast, you know, on the on the ship. It's just like boom, boom, you know, like really quick. And I think that's probably what we're going to see is that it builds out kind of right where it's at. And then all of a sudden, maybe even on Tuesday, it just takes off and all of a sudden you're up here almost overnight. It would not surprise me at all if it's almost like that fast because it's just not, it doesn't make any sense. Like if this were building out normally on any other chart, I'd be like, okay, it should already be taken off, right? Like at least out of its trends, and this one's still stuck. This is like hyper compression is what it looks like. So unless this is just like a huge fake out and they're just propping all this stuff up and they're going to dump it from here, it looks like the resulting action would be a massive correction back up to above, you know, probably around 5 at least, and maybe all the way up to like 550. So this is another one that I think is probably a really good trade for the weekend if you think that this is going to pop come Tuesday. I can't guarantee it's going to work out, but I mean, just look at it. You tell me. This is not like a small time frame. This is like a 4-hour time frame. This has been divergent on a 4-hour time frame for a really long time. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's like a hook kind of thing where it's trying and it's going to fail. But I don't know. I might even like trade just some shares over the weekend because I think this is a pretty significant move. I mean, it's a 30-40% move on just the weekend, so hard to deny that as a possibility. If it can make that, it's consolidating. If it makes that, holds that level, I think we're going to just see it potentially just rip to the upside. Wolf is crossing 660. Oof. Wolf. Yeah, this is my entry zone, basically. So it looked like it was topping off earlier, and I wasn't sure, but I said, I think it's probably in a good spot. Long-term trade. We talked about this yesterday quite a bit. I'm not sure why it's still on here. Hang on. And yesterday quite a bit, and I said that I thought it needed to come back down and retest at least 650. $5.50? $5? You mean like coming all the way back to fill a gap? Maybe, but right now it's at like a halfway point where if it holds, there's no real reason to suspect that this should drop far. It can hold here and go up. You can always come back later. Like long term, we may see this come right back down over the next couple of months, but I don't see why it would drop all the way back down to 5 right now. I think what's more likely is it chops into January, but I'm also like not really sure how this typically trades, if there's some kind of a quick, demand to come back and get gaps. Couldn't say. So the 550 seems to be a decent level as well. So, I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of things that could happen if it doesn't hold here. I'm not going to suggest it has to. 579 is a 0.5. I mean, you can end up back here just before anything and maybe even before the earnings and then go up. Who knows? But the overall, I think, setup here is still pretty bullish. It's very likely going to continue. Most of that's based on I think it was like the 4 hour or the daily has a pretty strong divergence on that bottom. Yeah, right here. So there's a good chance if this stays elevated that it's going up because you've got really strong divergence. So if it can hold on, it should just follow through and push again. I don't think it's going to waste a whole lot of time. Yeah. I mean, the safest entry, if you're looking for share price, is just wherever you think it's low. You can talk about coming low. You can get in here, average down. The safest entry for like the more or less conservative confirmation is still going to be coming above this creek, which hasn't happened yet. So I've got some markers here for like risk on entry at like 660. But there's a decent amount that could happen between now and that jump over that creek. And we haven't made it yet, so it's over on the side. So, I'll put an alert there, but well, like I said, if it holds here, then I don't think it's going to go significantly lower. I mean, there's a position right here that could just hold and move up again, and then we could chop. There's just too many possibilities. The 4 hour and then the daily were both, I believe, divergent, which is quite a bit. I mean, that's a longer term. This is like flat, not as big of a divergence. But yeah, it's breaking out. This is definitely divergent. So I don't know, man. That's pretty strong divergence for that time frame. That's November. It's through 2 months of divergence, and this usually leads to some kind of a bigger reaction. So the smaller time frames look really overcooked, for sure. You go to like the hourly, it's like baked, Looks like it's going to crash. Well, it might, to some degree, but we've had times where this has been like more of a shallow backup after getting overbought, and then quickly turns back up. you know, and that's kind of what I'm wondering is if we get some kind of more of a chop, right, as opposed to a huge drop. So I would watch 660. I'd watch 610 for possible entry. Any of those places where if you come back over this creek, I think you're good to go. Try. And then ultimately, like, the safer entry is just waiting for like 740 with a creek jump. Is it exciting? No. But it's safer. Right here. So this is a possibility. I think this is a decent one, looking at it now. I hold no position in Wolf. Just FYI. I might, by the end of the day, hold a small share position. But I don't hold a position in Wolf yet. Yeah. Was Hollow the one that we were like, no? I don't know. It's like every day has like a pop. Well, that looks pretty accurate. I was not way off. You guys are like, no, it's not. It didn't even pop there. No, it didn't. But it does have that wave down. And it is going towards that target low. So that's good. Didn't ever come up and check this top at that time, but it did later over here. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's just one of those that it just kind of lacks that. Oopsie. That's a lot of stuff. I don't want to get rid of all that. Well, that's okay. We got the lines. Yeah. I don't know, dude. This is just one of those charts that probably has some irrational pops in it, but right now it's just coasting down this trend. So I don't know why. I don't know what to do unless it breaks out of this downtrend. So it did kind of meet the end over here. I'd suggest if it breaks out of this downtrend, you've got a good entry. But probably until that happens, I wouldn't touch it because I think it's just a mixed bag. So yeah. Looks like all this chop is really just a walk down around this level. It's just distribution. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. There's an interesting divergence going on here where it's like building out. It's kind of widening. So maybe this gets like a little blip down or something and then pops really hard and comes back above. I don't know. Yeah, maybe after the gap fill, but because of this, there's an element here of like maybe, but the thing I want to see is I don't like this because it looks like an LSPY. The thing I want to see is like a hard downward motion. Like you need to see that spike. If you can get that spike right here down, then I think it's likely going to have a nice bounce that establishes more or less like a range. It should be in some ways in like the middle of the 2 ears. There should be a wave out forming, but based on the chart right now, I would suggest that it's going to look kind of ugly, like the wave out. So if we got like a big sharp drop off the current zone, hang on, down to gap fill, you probably see a reaction back to this top first. And then it'd have to hold like 160. And I think you might get a bigger reaction back up to the top. Makes sense. It's like a widening. So it's building out like a widening would. So this hit the bottom, which would be the gap, and then have a hard bounce. This would be like the halfway point back to the top, to cross the creek and all that jazz. Probably end up moving like really fast. So you're basically saying Tuesday, Booksy. Well, I don't know. I mean, if it gaps Tuesday, obviously, if it dropped today, I'd be like, sure, let's see it. The other alternative is it doesn't get the gap right now, and it just starts with that reaction up and over. So more or less immediately on Tuesday, it just goes straight up. A risky play. Let's see if we can identify a time frame that people are buying and selling off of. So right now I'm not seeing one, but let's see if we can identify one. This one's pretty good on the 6 minute. The selling is really consistent. The buying is less consistent. It does look like it's crossing up and over, which sort of happened back here. Right before it took off, jumped up and over. It's kind of doing the same thing right now. Kind of. It really throws it off, doesn't it? I mean, it's risky, but it might be good for like an over the weekend trade, as long as you don't throw too much money at it. I'm a little nervous because it could be just like an upthrust that's trying to, grab your attention, and it's really gonna flush now and finally try to get that gap, which would be better, I think, an easier trade to make. But I'm like looking backwards, I'm like, well, there really weren't a lot of these that did that. This is one example. See how it comes up and that pops above and then it dumps down. It's kind of the only example. This one kind of does it in the middle here and then goes low. So it's probably easier said than done, but you would look at the moving average and see if it holds. And I suppose it won't likely happen today, but I suppose if it came back above 176, it might be a good rally point. Almost all of these broke out on gaps. They were not normal. This one was. This is like a day over day, day over day, day over day. So people like to break it out and prop it up in extended hours. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty straightforward. I don't think it's going to make this move today, but if it did, I guess maybe you consider it. Yeah, it looks like, you see how this was like the bottom and this dipped below and then broke out above? And then this was the bottom and it dipped below and then it broke out above. This is now the bottom. So like there's a continuity to that pattern where it's like pushing below the bottom and then going up to distribute, pushing below the bottom and then going up to distribute fairly consistently on this walk down. And that's interesting because it's sort of irrelevant almost what's happening here on RSI. So if you bought in now, maybe worst case is that it drops to 146 and you get screwed on a little bit of your position, but I still think after that, more than likely, it's going to make a pretty big move back up. It's not going to do this forever. But like I said, it's already kind of in a place where it's fairly divergent. It's been going upward like that, higher lows. It needs to make that spike down, I think, if it is this 4 hours not, it's like flat. It needs to make that spike down. I think would be really great. Would be most helpful. This is okay. This looks bullish. This flipped bullish like back in early January, only a couple days ago. Never mind, this is really fast. Super fast. Yeah. I don't know. It's a mixed bag. I probably wouldn't trade it unless it came above this mark. Maybe. It's just too risky. An XDA? Well, good luck with that. I mean, all the ones you picked out could be traded, but just trying to determine where they're going to go. Yeah. It moved up like we thought. It was kind of a mixed bag of stock here on MTTR, but you're in bullish territory right now, so made an advancement. I think it could gap up. I mean, it might. It jumped the creek, so if it closes above, there's a chance. If it closes above, it's got a better chance of holding it. I don't have all my other lines on the chart, but I think we talked about this one going up quite a ways on a potential pop here. It's kind of right on the edge of this, so there could be one more little hurdle here. But I think after that, it's likely going to go to 6. Let me just get the relative strength index on here. Take a look. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of like getting oversold again. So it doesn't have to be really high here. It may not end up being really high here, but I think it probably does better if it gets oversold again. So yep. But I don't know about a gap up. If it closes high, you might get that gap up. But only only because that would maybe be a pretty bullish signal. But you just never really know with those kinds of things. Meaning, like, I don't know anybody that can predict a gap up. Sometimes we get it right, but this is sometimes kind of thing. Yeah. I remember now what we did on this. We did something like that. We talked about how that broke out there. And so that might be part of this as well. 670 or whatever it is. Yeah, right here. It's like 6 to 680. If it has another pop, that's where I think it'll probably go before it's oversold again. It's my thought. Okay. Well, I think I'm done, guys. I'm really tired, and I got to get some other stuff done today. I told you guys I have some other work to do. Nothing else really to say. That hasn't already been said. Yeah, I think if it goes up to 550 or something, I'd be like happy. That's a good second leg there. I'm not convinced this isn't just like a double top. And especially if this hits low and this hits high, which it's already doing, it's divergent on the weekly. I don't know, man. I like checked out their time frames, of course, but maybe there's something else to it that I'm missing. But for now, that's kind of the angle of. It looks like that's what was wanted here. So, be pretty fortunate to get that trade in and be done with it. Yeah, but yeah, I think I'm finished today. I'm really tired, and I have to get some other stuff done. So, gotta take a break, eat some lunch, get some coffee, and get some other stuff done. But I do appreciate you guys. Hope you have a good weekend. Hope you made something this week. And we'll see you next week on Tuesday. Have a good long weekend.